first.
Fairy King is first. Sup, buddy? Wait, what's that, Fairy King? You're not sorry if that's Fairy King. You're not sorry. Yeah, it was Fairy King.
My bad for real, bro. Did you do anything to that huge space you was clearing a few days ago?
No, I didn't do anything to it. I just started clearing out more because I was bored. And I had a couple people come by the stream and ask me why. And I couldn't give them a why. I'm so confused. Where is this loot coming from? It was like full, or is it broken? No, because it wouldn't be filling up the other box. I think it's just all filled in that hopper in the back. This is how much I got done on that hole down there. What did you end up seeing, Fairy King? I thought I was in the middle of building this the last time I seen you.
Will be assigned a reason later. God, no doubt this place is gonna be amazing. I know it.
Oh, thanks, Fairy King. Is it this area you were talking about?
Yes, this melon room.
Oh, okay. So you haven't even. I thought you were talking about the other room that I dug out. So yeah, I finished this. Okay. And then, do you want to know how bored I got? Because my brother from another mother didn't come over for a while. Just guess, Perry King, on what my OCD was making me do. Just guess.
I see you found amethyst.
This has been here since like the first week, Perry King. This is remember my stairway? Remember before when I would come down these stairs? This amethyst deposit was already here. That's why I claimed this chunk over here. And no, not a slime farm, Perry King. Oh,
OMG, bro.
it's got its own fucking weather system.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, you see what happens when you leave me alone for fucking 3 days? Do you see what happens? So I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going until we get to this wall. The only thing that's been annoying is the fucking gravel and the lava and the water. And like this is all the gravel that was in this one area that I did. I just leave all the gravel and let it all fall all the way down. Yeah, this is bedrock. I can't break this. There was an amethyst deposit over here. I had to block off the wall, but I just left these other couple crystals because they're mine. Um, but the only issues I have is like these green mosses. They don't break from the trench pickaxe. So you have to manually break all the green mosses in all these little lush caves. You can imagine how many lush caves were in this side. But this right here, this is the floor to my tree area, so that's why I only went this high. Remember, I got that like, big ass hole inside the thing by the melon room for the trees when I was like spamming doing the trees. This is the floor to that. So I didn't want to go any higher. I could go one block higher because there's dirt on that floor, but I would rather not. 'Cause then you'd have like a big square dirt patch here. But yeah, I've been like slowly chipping away at this. It's something like 300,000 blocks I've cleared out so far. I haven't been picking up any of the loot either. I've been letting everything just fucking disappear on the ground, diamonds and everything. Okay, I really gotta go to the bathroom though.
Together. Never leaving you alone again. You can't be trusted. Your OCD's
Somebody stop that guy! Okay, give me a minute. I was gonna extend it over to under your base too, but then I figured no, that's okay. I'll let Perry King do his side. Damn, Topia. I still don't know what I'm gonna do though. Like I don't. My dad was asking me too why, and I was like, I don't know. It's just something to do. Like it'll look really cool when it's done. I was debating trying to go up and then make a glass floor so people could see down.
Near this scale.
You did in fact start from nowhere near this scale. If I didn't have a trench pickaxe, it wouldn't be like that. But I ended up getting a 7x7 trench pickaxe out of the bundle, and it has 3,000 uses on it. So I've been using it. I think it's down to, it's got to be down to 2,000 uses by now. Lacey came by yesterday, was telling me that they finished their Island Golem farm, so I went and checked it out and did the same thing I did to you.
Damn, I bet those are expensive.
The 7x7 3,000. Yeah, usually people were charging like around 2 mil for the 3,000, and then they charge 7 to 10 mil for the 10,000. Um. Anyway, so I went and checked out Lacey's Iron Golem farm, and they tried to do a triple Iron Golem farm, like kind of like I did my double one, but with like just imagine like a cross, like Jesus cross.
Was her farm nice?
Yeah, their city's pretty alright. Um, but yeah, so they had it like set up like a cross, but they had the beds like in. Like the beds were on the insides of the rooms to like the water that was taking the golems away. So like her 3 little cubicle things, they were all like the beds were too close, so it was counting it as one village. So there was only 2 golems spawning at one point. So I said, hey, like if you bring your beds to the other sides of your little rooms, you'll have the Iron Golem spawning more, because they'll think the game will think it's 3 separate villages. But since they're all within 16 blocks of each other, the game thinks it's just one big village, and you're only getting the spawns from one village. And then, like, half an hour later, they were like, oh, we fixed it. I moved all the beds, and they're spawning a lot faster now. So I was like, oh, sweet. So I'll come take a look at it. I go there, and at first they had, like, lava in the center that was killing all the golems. And then when they come the second time, they took all the lava out, and they were putting campfires under the ground. And they had, like, there was like 50 iron golems trying to get into the center, because they just kept spawning and going over to the center, like where they're supposed to die. The waterway going away from the villagers brought the iron golems far enough to make the villagers spawn another one, right? So there's like 50 iron golems sitting here, and then they're trying to break the blocks, but the iron golems were in the way, so they kept hitting an iron golem every 2 seconds. I watched Lacey die like 5 times trying to get rid of all the blocks because the iron golems kept killing her.
Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
I know, it's hilarious. I couldn't leave. I had to sit there and watch.
Crazy.
And then I'm like, well, if you invite me for co-op for your city, or like allow me to build the place, I can help you get it done a lot faster. Like I'll kill all the golems for you, and then it'll be all right. But it was her friend's claimed area, so I couldn't be co-op. So I could only sit there and watch. And I'll tell you, Perry King, it was hilarious. I was like, oh, there's only 2 left. Boom, died. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll wait for you to get back. I went there like a week ago to go say thank you, because that's how you got those beacons, by the way. They gave you those beacons. I know, it was hilarious. It was fucking comedy, pancake comedy. So when I came here a week ago, I built this thing. Uh-oh. They got iron golems spawning for these guys now. I built this thing here, okay? And then they never broke it. They just left it. Oh, they broke it open to see how I did it, I guess. But I made like a sign to let them know, like that I was leaving them a thing over here. They got like a samurai cherry blossom temple. They're
Once you
building.
get
I
into
think this is
Mineville,
supposed to be a
you will get
giant
an area
tree,
one story.
right? I think they're making a big ass tree here. And then they have a cactus farm, which is like taller than mine. I feel like they were making it taller and taller until I mentioned that day that it stops growing after 100 and something blocks.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Oh, she's moving them farther now. That's smart. If you get them more away, then they will spawn back and forth. Anyways, in here, and then they put the lava back. That's hilarious. Um, they had blocks in a circle around this thing, and there was like 50 iron golems all fucking sitting in here because they just kept spawning over here and floating down. And I was dying laughing, Perry King, watching them try to clear them out. And then they got villagers inside here too. But there's like 4 or 5 people that own this area. See, they got the sheep, cows, pigs, chickens. You got some greenhouses. The bee farms. They have those set up a little different though. So you see all the smoke coming out? That's where the beehive is on top of this campfire. I don't know how they're getting the honeycombs out. Maybe they go in there and manually get them? Must be. Then someone's got a shack here, little item room. Oh, looks like they got a underground area. Okay. Is that a chest shop? I don't know whose land this is. Pink something there. I won't be able to get in there. Another loot room. What's in here? Some campfires in there. More loot. Oh, something's auto dying here. But what? I don't see nothing.
Wow, this place is great. They're doing a phenomenal job. W
Yeah,
grind.
it looks nice. It's really decorated. I guess I can just continue on clearing out the hole.
I wish I was good at designing. Still not sure what type of buildings I want, no line.
Well, you can look up YouTube tutorial or even TikTok. Go on TikTok and type in building designs and just look at like a whole bunch of them and then try and merge your own idea together. I mean, I haven't really designed anything of my stuff.
Good idea. I saw
My designs are just really kind of buildings. You could like you can also like look up real life structure type deal. Like say there's like a building in real life that you want to build. And then you can type into Google, like say it's like the Taj Mahal. You would just type into Google Taj Mahal pixelated. And then somebody somewhere has created like a pixelized version of it. And you just follow that pixel. You just count the squares and just implement it into here. That's what I did with the Batman thing. I didn't actually create that myself. It was just a pixelized version of Batman on Google.
Smart.
Yeah. Because and then like with pixels, right? Like so when you find the pixelized image, screenshot it, and then go to the photos on your phone and you can zoom right in to where you can see the full shape of the squares, and then you can sit there and count. Like count how many reds you gotta put, how many yellows you gotta put, you know? Like and then just apply that to the game. And it works.
I think my area is too small for exactly what I want. I want a few homes, a few buildings, and maybe a park with a big statue.
You have enough room. You get 25 planes, so you have like a decent chunk of area.
You think so?
Yeah, you should be able to fit all that in there. I've been flying over a couple times, like looking at all the blocks you place. You have a decent sized chunk area. Well, I mean, you have the same size that everybody else has without having extra claims, right? But I mean, like it is still a decent amount to build a decent amount. Think about how big my octopus is, and then how big my Batman store is, right? Like I still have room to build 2 more octopuses. Like without the extra 3 claimed land spaces that I got from the bundles. Okay, guys. And then yesterday I did the thing, the lazy that I usually do to you by accident. I was like, hey, I'm gonna go eat my dinner and watch a movie. I'll be back in like an hour, and then I never ended up coming back. Once I ate my food, I was like, oh my god, I gotta go lay down. To be fair, though, I did come back over for like, I think I turned the stream back on for like 15 minutes, and then I made the decision that I couldn't do it.
Rolling on the floor laughing food coma is a real thing, no lie.
It
It's
is.
no joke for real.
Nothing to screw around with. These were my elevators that went down to the diamond mine from in my base. What used to be the diamond mine. No, and then the thing happened too. Remember, you know how I have weird instances where I talk about shit and then it happens? I don't know if you noticed. It's like a weird, like, future teller thing that I have with the universe. But every now and then I say shit and then it happens. Yesterday I was telling Lazy about how I found a couple zombie spawners and other spawners, like the blaze spawner I found in the resource world. And I could tell that Lazy didn't really believe me, so I was like flying around in the end trying to see if we could go to 0-0 to spawn the dragon again. And boom, sure enough, there's a fucking rabbit spawn. Like right as I was talking about it, Perry King, there's a rabbit spawner just chilling on the ground in the end. It's been like a week and a half since I found a spawner out in the wild. And then here, as I'm talking about it, I know, I know. It was hilarious. Lazy's like, what? Why though? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's obviously it's either staff members or it's rich people coming in and just leaving supply drops in random places. Rather than picking a person to give it to, they just randomly go and place it somewhere for people to
I'm so
find.
happy and upset that these things keep happening to you. Rolling on the floor laughing with
Ah,
a crying face.
I know, considering you've spent so much time in the end, how much time you've spent in the end compared to how much time I've spent in the end, and then here I find a rabbit spawner. No, but that's the only thing I can think of because like when you start giving people free stuff, all the other people that didn't get free stuff are like, "Hey, what about me?" Right? So I'd imagine that the people that just have way too much loot, they don't want to sit there and wait for someone to buy it. They probably either throw it out or they're like thinking of other people and they just go and randomly place it somewhere. That's the only logical thing I can think of as to why.
I'm absolutely amazed and terrified of your power. I will never underestimate it again. Rolling on the floor
I'll
laughing
never
while you
underestimate
crying
it again.
face.
You're funny, Pagan.
The luckiest unlucky person alive. How is the appropriate response? Rolling on the floor laughing.
I don't know. I know, man.
I
I
understand you lazy.
I understand you, lazy. Look at all this gravel. Like, why? We don't need more. I was gonna fill all this in too, but I still don't know if I want to do. Okay, so I was saying earlier, and then I went on to something else, that I was thinking about making a glass floor up on the level ground and then digging all this out.
Why lazy was so bewildered.
Oh,
Rolling on the floor laughing.
because of my extraordinary abilities. Yeah, no. So, anyways, I was gonna do glass floor up at the top, dig all this out so you could see all the way down. My only problem with it is I've built my like main hideout and shit up there, so like I don't want people to be able to see into, like my bedroom. So I'm also debating putting my shop down here. like all the way down on the bedrock. And then when people teleport to my shop, they'll be down there at the bedrock with like no way out but to fly. But then I was thinking if I do that, then people will only see the octopus if they teleport to my store. So I really don't know what I'm going to make this area down here. I could do like a teleporter pad. And instead of having, well, then that kind of ruins the purpose of my iron golem farm. I was going to say instead of having the mob farm up there, I could make rooms down here for each individual spawner. But then I wouldn't have people chilling up there for the iron golems to spawn. So I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do with this area down here. And I also got my big ass melon farm, right? So like that's in the way of most of this area. I'm also debating asking in the global chat for a bit how much somebody would pay for a completely emptied out chunk. And then I'm thinking about unclaiming one of my chunks and going and claiming like a random chunk somewhere and just sitting there and spending the time to clear out the whole chunk from the grass all the way to the bedrock and see if anybody will buy it. I'd imagine that there's some builders out there that want like empty chunks. You know what I mean? Because it also like if the chunk is empty, like you don't have to sit there and clear out tunnels and caves and shit to build whatever you want to build.
Combat arena or hear me out. A armory and combat arena.
What do you mean combat arena though? Like have a fight other people? They have PvP, the war zone for that.
Yes, like a PvP area.
Yeah, the game already has a built-in PvP area though. I don't want to give people permission to fight other people on my land because then you're gonna have like people arguing and fucking griefers coming in and killing people for no reason. You know how kids are, Perry King. Look at that one kid, for example, pretending to be 4 different people just to get
But
villagers.
only in a designated spot.
Yeah, I don't know, Perry King. That's still kind of risky.
First rule of Fight Club.
Ah! Don't talk about it. I still think it's crazy that the whole movie, it's just a figure, it's his imagination. Like everything in the movie was him doing it to himself.
Really? I need to go back and watch that.
Yeah, like Brad Pitt isn't a real person in the movie. Brad Pitt is his imagination. It's his what do you call it? Like your alter ego. Like he wanted to be who Brad Pitt was. He wanted to be that guy. That's the type of person he wanted to be, and he wanted to be it so bad that his brain created a hallucination, which was Tyler Durden. I think that's the character's name. Tyler Durden, like just the guy that Brad Pitt plays. And yeah, it's like that. The whole movie is you're watching, like, it's that guy's imagination. Like, it's your everything that happens that involves Tyler, like Brad Pitt, was actually Buddy. So that's why the whole movie's like kind of confusing in terms like when he goes to that girl's house, or that girl shows up to his house and she asks, "Hey, I'm here to see Tyler," and he's like, "Oh, well, Tyler's not here." And then she calls him an asshole and then leaves because he said that he was Tyler. Like, he is Tyler. He's the guy that planted all the bombs in the city, and he's trying to stop himself from detonating the bombs. That's why at the end of the movie, when he shoots himself in the head, Tyler disappears, because when he shot himself in the head, he shot the tumor or whatever out of his brain that was causing him to hallucinate and see the Tyler guy. The Tyler guy didn't just walk away and disappear. Like it was him. It was his tumor or whatever he had in his head is making him hallucinate, think that Tyler was real. So now that you know that,
To understand that back then that part went right over my head.
I know. Well, when I first watched it, I didn't know that until I've seen like I don't know, King. Information like sticks to my brain. I watched some kind of weird video a while back that explained um, the whole thing behind the movie and why certain scenes were confusing. Are you fucking cocksucker? Like he hit me backwards and over. But yeah, when you think back about the whole movie, so every time in the movie that you seen him fighting Tyler or Tyler was fighting someone else, it was actually him fighting himself and him fighting other people. Like everything that Tyler did was him.
So deep now, bro.
I know, it's pretty crazy. It's just not a lot of people catch on to that because they don't tell you, they don't like physically tell you that in the movie. Like you have to figure that out in the end yourself when you realize that when he shot himself and you see like because Buddy shoots himself in the head, right? And then boom, like the Tyler guy just disappears out of the room. He's gone. And then like they stand up and all the buildings are blowing up and then that's pretty much the end of the movie. I am sick of these last caves, man. Whose idea was it to make our bases in this fucking region, King? I want to talk to that guy. I just want to talk to him.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Wait. I guess it's not that bad though. Lazy was saying that instead of grass, they got moss. You know, like instead of dirt blocks. So whenever they want to build something, they got to get rid of all the moss blocks that are on the ground, like dirt. Kind of want to listen to music now. I'm thinking about the Skyfall song. Something about that song is just like really hyping. Dummy. You gonna do it too? Oh! I got a slime chunk, King. I bet you're so happy about that because now you get to watch me make a fucking slime farm and you get to copy it after all this time you've been waiting for me to show you how to make a slime farm. Hurricane, hurricane, hurry, hurry, hurricane. Pelican, 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 pelican. Oh, my Atlanta. Alright. Music. Oh man, my phone's almost dead though. I'm gonna plug this other adapter on. Oh! Oh man, then I unplug the light. The light, man, you gotta unplug the light. What if I... This is long enough. Does my PlayStation have another USB in the back? I don't know, my head's too big to see back there. I think there is. Oh my god, I think there is, Peking. It's not my fault I got a fat head. Actually, it'd be smarter to plug the light in back there, right? Because I don't unplug the light often. Did I ever tell you the fathead joke, Bacon? About the dad that kept calling his kid fathead?
No rolling on the floor laughing.
No? Okay, so dad goes into, a family walks into, an ice cream store. And the guy goes, yeah, I'll have a vanilla cone. My wife will have a chocolate cone. He looks at his kid. He goes, "What do you want, fathead?" And he slaps him upside the head. And the cashier's like shocked. She's like, "Sir, did you just call that your son, fathead?" And the guy kind of smokes and he goes, "Oh, yeah, I did." And she's like, "Well, can I ask why you called him fathead?" And he's like, there's three things a man wants in life. Is One thing a man wants is one of the biggest trucks that they got. You know what I got? I got one of the biggest trucks that they got on this planet. Biggest truck that you can get. Monster truck. Okay? And the next, second thing usually every man wants is the biggest house that you can get. I got the biggest house in this town. Okay? Like, the biggest. Okay? Nobody's house is bigger than my house. And the third thing a man wants is for his wife to be tight. Well, fathead here came along and fucking ruined it all.
Bro. What? Rolling on the floor laughing loudly crying face.
It's okay, Petty King. Not everybody gets my weird humor. It comes from all the corners of the world, Petty King. We got everything stored in there.
Or it's a native joke for you, Pay King. So this the native son asks his dad, he goes, Dad, why did you name Moonlight Moonlight? And he's like, well, son, when when any one of my children are born, when the child is born, I walk outside, and the first thing I see, I name my child that. So the day your sister was born, I walked outside, and I seen the moonlight, so I came back in, and I named her Moonlight. He's like, oh, okay. Then he goes, why do you ask two dogs fucking? Yeah. I know you like that one.
Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
Another good one. Um, it's getting close to wintertime, and there's some settlers, and they're trying to figure out how much wood they need for the winter. So the father and the son, they go out, and they cut this big giant pile of wood, and the father says to his son, son, we need to know just how bad this winter is going to be. I'm going to need you to go up the mountain and ask the great white native how bad he foresees this winter to be. So he says, okay. So the kid goes up the mountain and asks the great white native, how bad is this winter going to be? And the native says, oh, this is going to be a very bad winter. So he says, okay. So he runs down the hill. He tells his dad, he goes, Dad, the great white said that it's going to be a very bad winter. And the dad goes, all right, we got to cut some more wood then. I don't think we have enough. So they cut a bigger pile of wood. So now they have a big pile that's 2 times the size. He goes, son, I need you to go back up there and you need to ask him to be more specific. How bad is this winter really going to be? So the kid goes back up the hill. He says, great native, my father wants you to be more specific. Like, how bad is this winter going to be? He's like, oh, it's going to be a very, very bad winter. So he says, okay, runs all the way back down the hill, tells his dad, well, Dad, he says it's going to be a very, very bad winter now. So the dad goes, all right, we definitely need to cut some more wood. So they cut an even bigger pile of wood. Now they got 3 times the size of the pile of wood. And the father says, you know what, I need to go up there myself, and I need to ask this native just how bad this winter is going to be. So he goes up the mountain, and he asks the native guy, he says, great native, just how bad is this winter going to be? Like, I'm trying to make sure I'm stockpiled on wood. And the native goes, it's going to be a very, very bad winter, like very, very, very bad. And he's like, okay, I don't. How are you getting your calculations? Because like the first time my son came up here, you said it was going to be a very bad winter. Then you said it was a very, very bad. Now you're saying it's very, very, very bad. Like, where are you getting your calculations from? The native go no. The native guy goes over the side of the cliff and points down the mountain. He goes, "Well, white man down there cut lots of wood, so must be bad winter coming." White man make lots of wood.
Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
The endless cycle,
Round
Peking.
2.
That joke came from this old guy Dennis that used to hang out at Tim Hortons. He was hilarious. He had so many jokes, Peking. Oh no. Oh, this is the end of the wall. or there's the other one of the white man police officer and his badge. So there's a native buffalo farmer. He's just chilling, and all of a sudden, this random guy comes running down the road and hops over his farm's fence and runs up over a ridge. And then 2 seconds later, a police officer comes running up and he's about to hop over the fence, and the native guy goes, "Hey, you can't go over that way." And the cop stops and he's like, "What?" And the native guy stops and goes, "You can't go over that way. I wouldn't go over that way if I were you." And the cop stops and he's like, "Buddy, do you not see who I am?" And he pulls out his badge and he goes, I'm a fucking police officer, okay? You see this badge? This badge means I can go anywhere I want. Alright? And the native guy goes, "Okay, fine. You use your badge, you go over there then." So the cop hops the fence and goes up over the ridge. And then not 2 seconds later, the cop comes running back. He's barreling back, and there's a bull chasing him right behind him. And the native guy's by the fence like, "Oh, show him your badge! Show him your badge!"
Rolling on the floor laughing.
The badge! Show him the badge!
Entitled and foolish.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's the reality of life. Sometimes I'd imagine that cops abuse their power and then realize that people were just trying to help them. Nice, another little section done. 10 more to go. 20 more to go. An older one, like a blonde joke, was a blonde walks into a hardware store and she grabs something and goes up to the counter. And she's like, "Hi, I'd like to buy this TV, please." And the cashier says, "Sorry, we don't sell stuff to blondes here." And the girl's like, "Oh, um, okay." So she leaves. She goes home and she dyes her hair brown. And she goes back to the store, goes up to the counter. She's like, "Hi, I'd like to buy this TV, please." And the cashier goes, "Sorry, ma'am, but..."
Anytime I have the menu in my head and discard something of my inventory, I hear a strange noise. Do you?
Yeah, like it sounds like a portal breaking. I know what you're talking about though. I think it does it all the time if you have your thing. Yep. It sounds like a portal breaking. So, Buddy says, sorry, we don't sell stuff to blondes. So she's like, okay, kind of weird. So she goes home and, because she had just dyed her hair brown, so then she goes home, dyes her hair red, goes back, hi, I'd like to buy this TV, please. And the guy goes, sorry, we don't sell stuff to blondes. And then she snaps and she's like, I don't get it. How the fuck do you know I'm blonde? Like, I've dyed my hair 3 times now and I've come in here to buy this TV and you keep telling me that you don't sell stuff to blondes, but I'm not blonde. And he goes, ma'am, that's not a TV, that's a microwave. That's why we don't sell stuff to blondes.
Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying, face crying.
I'm surprised you never heard nothing like that one before. That's like older.
All of these are new to me.
Damn, they must have different jokes in the States. Blonde jokes used to be like the biggest thing back in the day. Everybody used to have a whole bunch of blonde jokes. I feel like jokes kind of like slowly took a different turn because of the whole everybody
The moon
lets
one was
simple words
diabolical,
hurt their
rolling on the
feelings.
floor laughing.
The moon one was diabolical. That was also another joke from fucking Dennis. He was the guy I told you before that used to call me Geronimo. That guy had so many stories, Fairy King. He probably could have wrote like a trilogy the size of Twilight in stories.
Love people like him. He sounds like a cool guy, very humorous and has thick skin. Unlike lots of pushovers these days.
Yeah, well, he was older. He was like, I don't know. I want to say mid 60s at the time, maybe just hitting 60. He passed away a couple years ago. But he was definitely always the comical one. Like, he always had all jokes and stories. He had something like 7 brothers or something. And they were all old timers. They're from out east, I think he used to say. So somewhere in eastern Canada.
Sorry to hear that, buddy. The world lost a bright comedian.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. He was actually really cool. It was funny too because he used to come hang out at Tim Hortons and he'd be hanging out with us all and it'd be like 9 o'clock at night. And you'd convince him to smoke a joint. And then he would get all paranoid. He wouldn't want to drive his truck home. Even though he only lived 2 blocks away, he wouldn't drive his truck home. So then he'd end up staying at Tim Hortons until like 1 o'clock in the morning. And his wife would be calling him all pissed off that he's out at Tim Hortons till 1 in the morning. I don't know, I wasn't the type of kid to like hang out with people that were my age.
Rolling on the floor laughing, love it. I can picture it vividly. Sounds memorable and hilarious.
Yeah, he was pretty cool. I used to just hang out at Tim Hortons with all the old people. And older-ish people. Like people that were already adults. Because everybody that was my age around here, they just wanted to cause shit. Drama, go do stupid shit. Like 3/4 of them are fucking crackheads now. Man, I don't even know how many people have passed away too that I went to high school with. It's crazy too because I'm not even, it's not like I'm like an old timer, you know what I mean? That's like the kind of shit that people say when they're like fucking 60 years old. All my friends from school, they all passed away by now. It's just crazy how much people's lives changed since high school. Like when you look back too and you think of like how some of those people were and then you look at how they are now and it's just crazy.
I hate to hear that. Same bro, love my elders.
Yeah, some of them are alright. It's the ones that don't have the mindset of the respect me, listen to me, I know everything. You know, those ones I don't like hanging out with. But the ones that are like open-minded, willing to listen to opinions. Because there is some like a lot of older people, they think that like just because someone's like a few years younger than them, that they just have so much more knowledge and wisdom. Almost like Karens, I want to say. I would say that they're like knowledge Karens. They think that just because that they've lived a couple years longer that they know more things, or it doesn't really work that way. Especially, I mean, considering situations like mine where like I don't know how I do it, Perry King, but like I can watch like a small ass video on something and it just sticks. Like I can remember it for a conversation like 4 years later. But then other areas, like important things, I can't remember. Like people's birthdays and people's names, and I'm so horrible with remembering people's birthdays.
I refuse to be that stuck up and arrogant. I just learned from a kid age is nothing but a number.
Yeah, exactly. Cause I've met like really smart older people, and then I've met like some really fucking stupid older people. Like they say stupid shit, they do stupid shit, and it's like, man, like I don't. But then they go and try and use that. All age is but a number. Okay, but like you're fucking 60 years old. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing. You know?
I feel like people like that get stuck in a certain age. Mentally,
Yeah, like they just never. I don't know. Like they hit a point in their life that they never want to get rid of, kind of deal. Like they were popular in high school, and then once everyone graduated high school, they didn't want to lose that feeling of being popular in high school, and then they just stick with doing exactly what they were doing or acting in high school. Which is crazy too, because basically, I mean, the real world and the way everything works, everything's basically just one big giant popularity high school contest just with adults. Like, and that's for everything. That's for working in a workplace. I mean, you have the employees that are just more popular with the teachers, which is the staff and your boss and HR. Like everything that went on in high school is real life. Like, And it's just more of, and what stuff that proves that, like, look right now, for example, in the States, you guys got President Trump. I mean, he didn't, what, what life accomplishments did he have other than being a good business owner and having a rich parent to help kickstart his life? Like, what great achievements did he accomplish before he became president? Because I always thought when I was a kid that choosing your president was supposed to be like choosing somebody that was like extremely smart, or they had like a lot of really good life accomplishments, not whoever's the most popular, like a fucking Hollywood award system.
Entitled is all. Shock culture all he good for.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like all the only reason he is had as many polls and is because he was a he was already a famous person before he wanted to run as president because his family was rich.
We calling him rump over here now, rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
Calling him rump. Canada's been calling him the Oompa Loompa, the little orange man.
He is a Oompa Loompa.
He is. Oompa Loompa. Type the first. Oompa Loompa. It's two O's instead of a U. Ooh, Oompa. Now, think of the word umpire, okay? And then think of the word oops. Oompa. And then do the same thing with the U on the lumpa part that you just did. But take away one of the M's. Change the U. Change the U for two O's and get rid of one of the M's for the loompa.
Got it, Oompa Loompa.
Oompa Loompa. The voice chat thing is very syllable specific, however you call it. I think that would be syllable pronunciation. Me and Jenny getting like little weird arguments about pronunciation of the word flan because she yells at me and tells me it's called flan.
Yes, and the English language is stupid, no lie.
It is, I know. It's got so many different stupid ways to say shit. No, but hear me out with this. Me and her keep having like a private argument about it every now and then, but she's determined that she's won, but I'm just letting her have the moment until I can convince the world that it's actually said my way. Okay? So, Do you know what flan is? I'll say it her way. It's like a dessert.
A dessert, yes.
Okay. How is it spelt? I guess you're the worst person to ask how it's spelt. Do you know how flan is spelt, King? I know English isn't your strong suit. I don't know what I got myself into.
Flan.
Perfect. Okay. Oh, and listen to how the fucking voice chat just said it. How I
Rolling
say
on the
it.
floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
Yeah, I know, I know. Hey, Perry King, how do you spell this? You're probably like, Google. Hey, Google. Anyways, fucking. So the voice chat just said it how I think it's pronounced. Flan. Okay? Because, and, um, it's pronounced flan, like lawn, you know? Your front lawn, flan. So why isn't it spelled F, uh, Flawn? Flan, if it's pronounced flan, because lawn is spelled as Lawn, which is lawn. Flan, lawn, does it not sound okay? So now, what about the word plan? Okay, plan is spelled Plan. Well, why is it not pronounced uh plan? Plawn. Why is it not pronounced plan? If flan is pronounced
Hey Siri,
flan.
how do I spell flan? Rolling on the floor, laughing. Is she Hispanic? They say it that way a lot out here, I noticed.
Uh, yeah, her family is part Spanish, I think. Spanish or Mexican? I'm not very good with geographical terms, so I don't know if that's the same thing. She's told me like 100 times too, and I still just can't remember for the life of me.
Yes, Mexican.
Okay, yeah. But she's saying that that's the proper way to say it, so, like, obviously, it's a pronunciation because it's a word from, Spanish origin. But, do you hear my argument, though? Flan, plan, plan, and flan are spelt the same way, just one letter off. And then you have flawn and lawn. Why wouldn't it be spelt like lawn but with a P?
Not to be racist, I swear, but they love it like we love watermelon, rolling on the floor, laughing.
Well, I mean, you just put you just referenced a racial stereotype into another racial stereotype taking, so I don't think that you would think you're racist. Uh, my one buddy, that I've mentioned a couple times, Bird
Bird
Gang.
gang.
Wink, wink. My one buddy I've mentioned a couple times, his name's Bird Gang. The one day I was in here and I was like, hang on a minute, man, I gotta make some juice. And then he's like, oh, what kind of juice are you making? And I was like, I'm making Kool-Aid. He's like, oh, are you making it the black way or are you making it the white way? And I was like, what? What do you mean? Am I making it the black way or am I making it the white way? Racist to stupidity. So I'm like, what do you mean did I make it the black way or the white way? And he's like, well, if you made it the black way, then you made it with your heart when you pour the sugar. You don't measure out the sugar, you just pour it with love. And you stop when you think you have enough sugar. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not the black way, Bird Gang. That's the diabetes way. That's how you get diabetes. He didn't say, he was saying a different word. I'm not gonna say it. But he's hilarious. He always puts me on the spot with shit like that. Cause you know how I am with racist remarks and shit like that. In Call of Duty, people are really racist.
W Bird.
W Bird. He's from Chicago. I don't, he doesn't live in Chicago now. He lives in, I think he lives in Iowa. And then he was always talking about having me go down to the States to visit him and his family. And I always used to say, I don't know, Bird, I'll probably stand right out because I'm half white and half native. He's like, nah, man, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you if you're with me. I'm like, oh shit, calm down. Fucking.
Not too far from Chicago.
Iowa's not too far from Chicago? Yeah, I'm like fucking damn head gangster Bird over here. I have a decent amount of clips from Call of Duty of playing with Bird Gang. And then there was another kid named Ruben, and he also lived in Chicago. Ruben, I think he was also Spanish. And Bird is black.
Not lying, we stepping on necks for you, buddy.
Stepping on necks, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I think if you guys met me in real life, though, you would understand that I can step on some necks, too. The only difference is in the States, you gotta worry about when you're stepping on someone's neck that somebody's gonna pull out a weapon. That's the only issue that I have with fights in the States. Here in Canada, nobody's gonna pull out a weapon. I mean, the most they're gonna pull out is a hockey stick. But like
rolling on the floor laughing.
rolling on the floor laughing. but like not everybody here has a weapon, right? Like not everybody. You have to like go through um, some pretty intense paperwork in order to be able to apply and be approved to get a firearm around here. So like when you're picking fights with people on the side of the road, that's one of the things that many Canadians don't have to worry about is their opponent pulling out a gun. So when it comes to the fighting part, trust me, I'll stomp some fucking heads in. But like if they start pulling out weapons, I mean I got nothing, man. You know? Like if you want to fair and square it, I'll rock somebody's shit. Fucking right. But I mean once weapons are involved, I got nothing, man. I'll pull out my hockey stick, I guess, and hope for the best. Maybe I can deflect a couple and get up there and beat the shit out of them with my hockey stick. But like it's not like the movies, right? Like when somebody pulls out a gun, like it's over. So, I mean, there's not really much you can do. You can go ahead and call me a bitch when I back up when you're holding your gun, but just know that, like, that person's actually the true bitch because I was ready to fight him and
It's a
fuck him
scary
up with my
place
fist,
over
right?
here. They just legalized shooting people from the start of your property, man. Face booming.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a little understandable. You know, like if somebody shows up on your property with a weapon and they're trying to rob your house, you know what I mean? Like, you need to be able to defend yourself on your own property. But, like, one thing that's wrong with that though is that people might start fucking trying to loophole it, you know, and they'll when they get in a heated argument with someone, they're going to try to convince them to go onto their lawn and then they're going to shoot them and then they're going to be within their legal rights only because
It
of
used to be your house
misinformed
strictly.
people. It used to be inside your house strictly and then now it's property line. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that also has certain circumstances on it, Perry King. You know what I mean? Like I feel like if it if if it was a situation where say somebody was walking by with their dog and their dog went on someone's lawn and took a shit and the person standing on the
That's how
lawn
Rick Chow
trying to
got
pick
away
up
with it. Not this time, but time before.
how Rick Chow got away with. I don't know who Rick Chow is, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like if they're like on your lawn trying to pick up their dog shit, and you come out and just start blasting, you know what I mean? I doubt that that's going to be 100% legal. Like there won't be qualified immunity or whatever you call it through the law to be able to just start shooting someone for being on your lawn for 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Like there definitely is some workaround with it. Like if somebody shot somebody on their property, there's going to be a court process, right? And then in that court, like during that court process is when the lawyer would bring up about the law of being able to shoot people on your property, okay? But then they would go through this series of events that unfolded before it. So the judge would be like, okay, well, what was your reason for shooting this guy on your property? The guy can't just go and say, oh, he was on my property, so I shot him. Like, it doesn't work that way. Like, he would have to have a legal reason as to why he shot the person on their property. Like, that guy was on my property trying to steal my ATVs, or that guy was trying to steal my vehicle. Like, that would be a little bit different. But if you're sitting inside a court full of people and you go and say, oh, well, that guy's dog shit on my
He's a
lawn and
piece
he
of
was trying
shit.
to clean it up.
Race wars are happening all over because he ended a kid's life, this time over water bottle.
Over a water bottle? Yeah, see, that's fucked up. But you know what I mean? Like, So like you're saying that they made it legal to shoot someone from your property. Like yes, I would imagine that under certain circumstances they probably are giving people rights to more of because of the whole like you're saying exactly race wars and stuff like that. Like that goes like to both ways, right? So like you have people that are racist and they will go to somebody's house and verbally abuse them on their own property. So, like, I mean, that law kind of goes both ways. Now you guys can start defending yourselves, legally on your own property. So if somebody comes to your property and they're, shooting racial slurs or something at you, fucking right. There's now a law that tells me
Yes,
that I can shoot
exactly.
you in the leg.
But the bad people like you are saying.
Yeah, then there's the bad people. Like, you know what I mean? There's definitely like what see where a lot of people go sideways is they think when they pass a law for something that it makes it completely legal to do it. But no, it's just they've just opened up different possibilities to prevent people probably from being prosecuted for protecting themselves on their own property. You know what I mean? Like, for example, say, I don't know, you fucking look out the window and there's some guy robbing your wife in your driveway. Like, if that law wasn't present and you go out there and you shoot that guy on your property, on your driveway, well, like you were just saying, before it was strictly in your house. So you're telling me, like,
Years
that,
before this incident, he shot a 7-year in his driveway from his home window and got away with it.
yeah, that's fucked up. That's like mega fucked up. But you know what I'm saying? Like with the law of you said that you would only be like it was strictly from in your house or in your house whatever. Like so what that guy would have to sit there and watch his wife get robbed like and possibly killed in the process. He's not allowed to go out and shoot somebody on his property to prevent his wife from being fucking robbed or raped, you know? Like I just but like it again, if it was somebody that's just walking by and their dog shit on your lawn and you
Yes, if
go
it
out and
had
just start
limitations.
blasting. I don't know. I just there's a big mess in the states and it's the back and forth war of the war on guns. Um the opinions kind of go both ways, taking with the banning the guns. So everybody keeps saying, well, like, and I hear both arguments, I really do. Like, if we get rid of guns, then there won't be any guns for people to shoot each other with. But then the other side of the argument is not mainly about, oh, it's my constitutional right to have a gun. It's really not actually about the constitutional right. It's more of the logic of how many people actually follow the law. Okay? So right now, here in Canada, there's like a whole bunch of laws that is set forward that make a person have to go through a psychological evaluation, um, and a very strict gun safety course that they have to pass. They have to be passed by a gun safety course instructor, like a professional and like through the government, like standards,
Yes, I
fucking
agree.
everything.
Scared of them banning guns. When they deploy the military in cities wherein they have guns. Cops too.
Yeah, but it's not really so much just the fact that the military would have guns, right? So like, okay, hear me out. So like, I understand that the Constitution has right to bear arms against, corrupt government or somebody attacking you, blah blah blah. All right. The only problem with that is that now everybody has guns, and there wasn't like a proper psychological evaluation given to, like, you can't make the gun not fireable by somebody who's insane is the problem. Okay? So you have all these weapons out there and these schematics to create weapons and this and that. If you ban guns, only the people who follow the law will follow the law. The people who don't follow the law, they're not going to give up their guns, right? So I mean, it would take hundreds of years to finally to scavenge every single gun out of the United States. You know what I'm trying to say? But the only problem is that there would still be guns out there, and there will still be people who don't follow the law. So therefore, if you ban guns, you're really only giving the upper hand to the criminals. Like, you're not giving the upper hand to the people who follow the law, or to the civilians, or the people that help in the community, blah blah blah. You're only giving the ones who don't want to follow rules the upper hand if you take away guns from everybody.
Facts mostly MAGA and criminals will be against it.
Yeah, exactly. And like, it's more of too, like I just said, you can't program a gun to make it so that it can only be fired by a sane person, right? Like, so whether you implement all these laws of psychological evaluations and gun safety programs, and fucking, you have to get a license for this, and you have to get a license for the gun, and you have to get a license to fire it, you have to have a permit for the area you're firing it in, blah blah blah. Like, all that shit doesn't matter, because, like, how many people actually follow the rules? Like, I'm 30 years old and I still have to yell at people in a coffee shop about creating a single file fucking line, something that we all learned in kindergarten. But still, somehow people don't understand how lines work, right? So, I mean, if something as simple as fucking standing in a line, how are you gonna expect people to follow the law about guns and weapons? Like, I don't know. They have high hopes with trying to ban something that they have that's so freely out in the world right now that they really can't control, because you can't program it. You can't tell the universe, "Hey, gunpowder doesn't work anymore." You know what I mean? So, like, it's a touchy subject. Okay, another road done, I guess. It's like a couple extra blocks hanging out here though. It would be like it would be like trying to ban marijuana. Okay? They tried for so long, Pelican. The government tried for so long to keep marijuana illegal. And then now look. Now
Definitely
look
not
at it.
simple.
Right? Instead of trying to get rid of it, they joined it because they realized that no matter how many rules they set forth about weed, people were still gonna grow it on their own, sell it on their own, and do it on their own. And they did. They just kept doing it. No matter how many laws they put forth against it, the people just kept doing it, and it's gonna be the same exact thing with guns. It's just the only difference is the government is doing it backwards now, like backwards than the weed. So before the government wasn't with the weed, they were against it. Now they're going with it and not against it. And then now with guns, they're going in the opposite direction of the weed. And it's also like what people don't understand with guns is like the world's changed, you know? Like from when the world needed guns. Because sure, back in the day when there was settlers and pioneers, you know, like they obviously needed guns for hunting, to go and hunt, for food, to live, for survival, but we don't really have that anymore, you know? Like you don't have a lot of people that are living off of the land, that are only hunting for their food, growing their own crops. Like there's not really a need for people to have guns anymore other than self-defense. Because now we've gone from surviving the wild to surviving the crazy people in the world. Like, am I gonna go to the wrong coffee shop and get shot just because somebody else is having a bad day? Like, I doubt that that shit used to be a thing way back in, like,
The
the
gun thing
early
will never happen
1800s
here,
and shit.
sadly. The way most feel about their weapons is like their right to bear kids literally.
Yeah, I know. But it's, I don't know. It's again, and it's because of what I just said there. It's you have to worry about, like, is there gonna be a fucking a mass murder at the local coffee shop the next day, or you know, like there's so much stuff going on in the States. Like I feel like everybody just doesn't wanna, nobody wants to give up their gun because they're scared. They don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow or the next day. Like, and it's completely understandable. Like there's so many stupid people out there that don't think about the lives of other people. Like they think that they're this main character in this weird story, that they just get to determine what other people's lives are. But then
Facts,
there's
brother.
like, I don't know,
Exactly.
it's like both ways. Like you have the crazy people that they aren't gonna give up their weapon because they want to do stupid shit with it, which is the people that don't care, right? It's just a fucked up reality of a world that we live in. And it's because of free will, but I mean, you can't take away their free will because you also take away your own free will, right? Even though they don't deserve their free will, because what they're gonna do with their free will is wrong, I mean, they still have a right to their free will, as bad as that sounds. But there's nothing that we can do about it. Like, I can't take away their free will as much as I would like to. But it's just one of the realities of the world. Like, you just gotta let it play itself out.
Right to bear arms is a huge law over here.
Yeah, well, it's not a law, it's a constitutional right.
Not me personally.
Constitutional rights out trump laws. You guys in your amendments, your First Amendment right and whatever. I think the bear arms is the fourth one, fourth or fifth. Yeah, in the states, the constitutional rights, they outweigh laws. So like the Constitution is like mega law. Like the constitutional rights are throughout all the states and everything. So like each individual state has its own laws, but like United States, like the country as a whole, because it's the Constitution of the United States, right? Like not each state has its own constitutional rights. Like the Constitution, your constitutional rights are throughout the whole states. So that's one of the bigger images behind all the amendment auditors. They're not they're not going and practicing their amendment
I ask
rights.
myself how to get rid of hate. Most would say love. But if you love something, you will protect it by any means,
Yeah,
which will cause hate.
yeah. Well, it's yin yang, man. Without good, and it's with everything, Perry King. Without good, there's no bad. Without bad, there's no good. And like I always keep saying about the religions thing, and you probably heard me say it like a million times, is that without order, there's no chaos, and it's also a vice versa thing. Like without chaos, there's no order. Because how do you know what chaos is if it's not there? How do you create order if there's nothing to order? If there's nothing to create order with? I'm so sick
Facts
of these
people
moss
rooted in all
blocks.
of nature, order and chaos.
Yeah, I mean it's this. You think of like a deer and a bear, okay, and grass. So you got grass, deer, bear, human, okay. So grass is growing, flowers, everything's bliss. Deer comes over, eats the grass, gets energy, makes a family. Bear comes along, takes on the whole family, brings the meat to his family. Like bear's going out to look for more meat, runs into human, human kills bear. I don't know if people eat bear, but we'll take the example. Like he brings the meat to his family. Like for there to be good, there has to be bad. Which the bad is all the killing and the hate. In order to move forward, you have to leave something behind. I think it's the movie Interstellar that teaches us that. Murphy's Law, I think it's
That's it,
called.
bro. It really does. That good is balanced by bad.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a ledge right there. I don't know if you knew that or not. Guess you didn't. Oh, what's up, buddy? Your friend's down there waiting for you. Why don't you go say hi? Okay, bye.
A lot of it for me. Sadly, it's simple to me. No one deserves to be hurt.
No, exactly. The nice people. No one who doesn't deserve to be hurt deserves to be hurt. If that makes sense. Like the people that don't deserve it, they don't. The innocent people, like the people that haven't been corrupted yet, the people that don't let corruption consume them. But there's people that just let the dark side take over. But like some of the people that do end up turning into bad people, it's more of like some of them didn't want to turn into bad people,
So
but
sad in its own way too. For them to break or change like that.
yeah, like it's just I don't know, it's like just one of those they wanted a purpose in life, just like you and I, you know, we want a purpose, but like we're not gonna let that purpose be something that we don't want it to be. But like some people just give up and they let that purpose be something else, you know? Or they don't understand what they're doing, like in sense of that it's wrong, or they know it's wrong and they just don't care. But again, it's the free will of the world to do whatever you want to do, right? But free will is just really just the reality of saying, like, we all have our own mind and you get to choose what you want to do. Certain circumstances are different. Like, there's situations where people have a gun to their head telling them what to do. Not like it's a figure of speech, gun to your head, meaning like they have other obligations to fill, or they're being forced into the situation, and then your free will is being taken from you by somebody else's free will. Not that their free will is more important than yours, but it's just the way the world works. They have their free will, and they're using it to limit your free will. I don't know, for example, like an abusive household or something, like people abusing their kids. Their kid has free will, but only to the limited extent because the law deems people not adults until they're of certain age, so they have to listen to their elders or their parents, and then that's why there's stuff like child services and shit, but then that gets abused. And then the main reason as to why it's there is a twisted reality of they're just trying to separate everyone from their kids. But I'd imagine that in the beginning the idea of it was to actually help those who need help, not like make everyone scared of CPS showing up at your door, you know?
I get you. We all free but also all powerless in many ways.
Yeah, and it's more of what the world makes it out to be. Like, reality.
Hate being right about these things. Ouch, it hurts, loudly crying face.
Ouch, it hurts. Yeah. Well, that's the true meaning behind that one song. Love hurts. Do do do. Adam Sandler singing it. Love stinks.
Rolling on the floor, laughing, loudly crying face.
Ooh, love hurts.
Crying.
Crying. I
Rolling
don't-
on the floor, laughing.
Ooh, love hurts. Yeah, that's right. That's what you guys get. Bye. You too. Chitter, 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 chitter. Ah. What's going on here? How is this lava still here? If reincarnation is real, Perry King, I think I was like a Buddha or something. Or I was Yoda. Hurts love, you'll see.
I have no doubt I was a plant. Rolling on the floor, laughing, or some tree.
A plant? Why? What the fuck? Why a plant? A plant.
Because my roots tell me that everything is okay because good and bad doesn't exist.
Oh,
Always
I see what you're
understood
saying.
both sides.
I guess. I don't think plants reincarnate very king. I think because plants are so connected, unless it's a pot plant, it's all one consciousness. You know, like have you ever seen any documentaries about how fungus works? You know, like mushrooms, and like the one block in here called mycelium. You ever seen any TikTok science things about mushrooms and fungus?
Yes, all nature plants are connected through fungi.
Yeah, like there's like a layer of fungus. And well, fungus is like kind of all connected to each other, and like there is intelligent
So cool.
fungus and shit. It's different. The fungus rabbit hole is a good rabbit hole to go down. They actually, did you know, like in China, I think it's China, they used experiments with this type of fungus that when it grows, it looks for the fastest and most efficient route to grow to get to its destination, whether it be food or survival. Okay. So what they did was they set up an exact replica of the city that they were doing the subway system on. They set up this little like model of the city, and they put the fungus in the center of it, and the fungus grew, and wherever the fungus grew they built their subway station because it was the most efficient um routes possible for the area that they had. So they literally used the mushrooms to create the design and placement of all the railroad, like underground subway.
Wow, it really is intelligent if that's true. Is it?
Yeah, it was. They used it to create their own um the most efficient subway system that they could create. And there's like a fungus that lives somewhere where it's like hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide, and it's like they somehow connected things to it to see that it's like connected to almost everything that is plant life in the area. And then there's like a whole bunch of different funguses out there, man. I'd imagine they're probably doing a lot of experiments with some. Like there was one that I seen. It's a fungus that takes over the host of the insect, like that it latches onto and infects. So it's a mushroom, it's a fungus, and what it does is it infects the insect and turns it into a freaking zombie and controls it. So like once the insect gets infected with it, it goes like inside its brain or its nervous system or whatever of the insect, and it makes the insect stop eating and stop like um supplying itself so that it eventually dies, okay? And then it takes over the bug. It'll like control the bug. It'll walk and everything, and it'll the bug will go back to its its home, and then it spreads and infects to all the other bugs.
I saw something on it with flies and ants.
Yeah, with flies and ants, and it also infects a couple other insects. But it's smart enough to infect its host, okay? Convince its host not to eat or drink anymore until it dies, and then it completely takes over the host. Which is crazy to think because like usually you only hear that stuff in like zombie movies. You know what I mean? So it makes you wonder like if the idea of the zombie came from somebody that had discovered that mushroom like years ago.
That sounds parasitic.
A little bit, yeah. Like a parasite, but it's not. It's a mushroom. It's a fungi. Thought that was a giant spider for a second. I was like, what? There's giant spiders.
Nature is so dope and terrifying at same time. In a absolute kind of way to me.
A little bit, yeah. Holy shit, Peking. I still got another whole coffee sitting here. Let's fucking go.
Once nature got you,
Hot
nature will
happens.
run its natural course.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just really think this whole life thing is weird. Like, there's no actual physical evidence how or why, or more of not the how, more the why we're here. Which I'm really believing. I'm starting to really believe that there's not actually a why. And it's like when everybody keeps saying, oh, well. there
Like
is a
lesson
why.
nature teaches
I
except
think
the
it's
ones
they
that
just
don't.
want it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really the older I'm getting, the more I'm seeing that the why is not a thing. The how is a thing. I mean, just by random fucking circumstances, some like cells just were able to form and start creating microbiology through the warmth of the sun and the water we had on the planet, and we just by freak accident came to be. And I think that over the years people have just come to realize that without a purpose nothing gets done. I mean, if the whole world believed that it was here for no reason,
Honestly,
then the whole world would
I
have
believe
no
it to be true.
productivity. So I don't know, man. Like, I really feel like the why is whatever you want it to be. There is no why. The why is what you make it. And somebody's why along the way was the idea of religion. And that's how religions came to be. Because there's so many different religions, right? So I mean, that's just like multiple people's different versions of the why. And it wasn't that they have proof of different instances of stuff happening. No, they just had more people believing that version of why that somebody created. It's not about, oh well, this person believed it too, this person seen. No, they just those people believed the story that they were told.
I honestly couldn't have said it better.
Well, I'm sure there's a more better way to say it, but I just, I don't know. That's why, okay, when people say about oh well, um, if there's a God, how do they allow this stuff to happen, this stuff to happen? Well, that's why, because there isn't one. Like, it's a made-up reality so that people could feel like there's a purpose. The biggest thing too is like, I mean, there doesn't even have to be a why, right? Like, we're not owed a why. Because, I mean, honestly, what difference does it make if there is a why?
To me, there couldn't ever be a why. Or a creator in a god or higher being.
No, exactly. I would believe that, like, what I would believe more over a god is just an intelligent species that created us, like from test tubes. I would believe that over a supreme being that somehow created all this stuff out of his imaginary fucking powers, but yet not one single being on this planet has any access to be able to do anything in that mythical manner. You know? Like, how is there not people that can just create stuff then? How has there not been a person that can turn lead to gold? Like bend matter without using science. Okay? That's where the big thing comes in, without using science. So that's why I say I would believe in an intelligent life form putting us here before I would believe in a god, because everything that we see today, nature and all, with advanced enough technology, can be created. You know, like we've gone into the age of where scientists are able to make genetic clones of things. Scientists are creating their own variants of DNA strands, creating different types of like life forms by merging stuff together. And not only that, nature itself is already doing stuff like that. You have like there's the rumors
The
of
better we
of
see, the better we understand to create.
yeah, like for example, there's rumors of mixing a cat with a rabbit. Okay, people are making what they're calling like I don't know the exact name for it, a cabbit or something. But it's literally it's like a cat and so a cat and a bunny, they share like the same type of some same type of DNA. So people are merging fucking cats and rabbits, Perry King. So is that not like God's powers, these God powers that they talk about? But it's being done through nature's science of two DNAs being able to be compatible with each other. Because you can't take something like a fish, you know, take fish sperm and put it into a land mammal. It's not gonna birth anything. Nothing's going to happen because they're not compatible, which is science, right? That's not a miracle, it's not mythical, it's not like they just have a genetic code that doesn't work together. It's like trying to run an Android app on an iOS device. Like it's the same game, but it's a different compatibility of programming. You need to download the iOS version, not the Android version, because the code's not going to work. But again, like, I don't know. It's just, I don't think it was just magically poof created. I think it was scientifically created. Through the millions of years of rocks and debris and fucking explosions and
And
cosmic
radical stuff
events is
too.
what created the
That
Earth,
means
not
lots
some
about
random
changing our
dude.
hearts.
Yeah, exactly. Like how far they've gone medically. And it honestly, if you look back how far humans have been practicing medical surgeries, they have documented proof and archaeological proof of back in the Roman days, you know, with the Greeks and that, and the Greek gods, Greek mythology, all that shit. Apparently the Greeks were doing brain surgery centuries ago. They were fucking doing brain surgery on people and stitching their brains back up and shit. Like that's pretty fucking crazy considering how unsanitary life was back then and how like be a man everything was back then. Imagine going into brain surgery without today's science of anesthetic and putting you to sleep, being wide awake during a brain surgery. They had dentistry where people had fake teeth made out of bones or ivory, like a whole bunch of different races of people throughout the history. They have like a bunch of medical Aztec people. There was like a whole bunch of documented proof through Aztec people that they were very smart with their medical knowledge.
Well, the type stuff and all the tech we have now still can't replicate things that was created way back then.
To a point, kind of. Yeah, like I see what you mean. Like more of in terms of for the age that it was. But like there's still, I don't know, it's things like the pyramids and everybody's all butthurt trying to figure out how they built the pyramids, and it's like, okay, well obviously they just used some kind of physics back then. Like clearly somebody was smarter than the rest of the average Brady Bunch, you know? I don't understand why they're so hung up on it as to how they did it. Clearly they did it with some kind of manpower and brain power because it's done. Like it's not, and it's not like it's impossible. Like we
Yes, but
could
there is
create it.
technology they had back, not everything they created back then that we can't make now.
I guess. I don't know. See, one of those things that bothers me with that statement, Perry King, is that it was done once, so it can be done again. It's just more of finding the brain power to
Honestly,
do
we
it.
can.
If something can be done once, it could be done twice. That's all I can say. I don't think it's so much that we can't create it again. I think it's just that people aren't trying hard enough, you know? Because you think about how primitive they were years and years and years ago, however, whatever era we're talking
But
about.
plenty of things there are things that were made that we made exact same way and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I guess, but that's like, for example, like a car factory line, right? Like not every car comes out perfect. Not every car comes out working. Not every car passes inspection, but they do have a bunch of them that work, right? Like it might not have worked yet, but they would if they kept trying, then eventually it will work because it's been done once. And if it's been done once, it can be done again, you know? And that goes both ways. Like that goes with success and that goes with failure. Like if something fails once, like there's a possibility it can
It
fail
sounds
again,
great,
right?
but we haven't.
Yeah, I know. But it's, again, that's a time thing. We just haven't seen it yet. That's all, Pei-kun. Just because it hasn't happened, it
Either had
doesn't mean
better
it can't happen,
technology.
right?
But it doesn't change the fact that with all our better stuff we haven't figured it out yet. It's amazing.
Yeah, I guess. We just haven't found somebody smart enough to figure it out yet. That's all, Pelican. I mean, there's only so many
Not saying we won't ever,
ones
just
and
saying we
zeros
haven't.
to learn. Yeah, I know. But if you think about it, though, in a way we have, though, because somebody has already done it, right? It's just lost knowledge. I would like to think. Have you ever heard any stories about something from back in history called the Library of Alexandria? I think it's called Alexandria. It was apparently a great library that had like the knowledge of the world in it. Like as much as they could document and remember, they were storing it all in this giant library. And then there was a war, and the library burnt down. And basically, if you think about it, the human civilization lost like a great amount of knowledge that burnt in that library. So it makes you, I always kind of wonder, like things like that, like the pyramids or like different things, the Aztec stuff, like was that all documented in that library, and just the chaos of man made its own history disappear through war. The humans erased their own history, and then now they're looking back and they're saying, what the heck, like when did this thing show up, how did they make this? And it's like, well, you know, it was probably all written down at one point, but um you also got to think like history gets erased. And you've talked about history getting erased before, like the ancestors of slaves. All you're saying about that history being all lost, and it's just the
Oh,
same
and
thing,
if you
right?
were laughing, of course it was our fault.
Right? I know. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the Library of Alexandria? They talk about it in some movies. You would have heard about it in um fuck one was it? It was Indiana Jones when he goes back into the past. Remember, they find this device
Look up
and
the
he
Antikythera mechanism, and no, I haven't heard of it.
is that the little the gear thing that they found in the rock? It was like a fossilized gear thing, or like in the water, and they still don't know what it does. It's like a weird, like tens of thousands year old mechanism or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Perry King. I have more of I have a couple of theories that kind of trump things like that. Um, okay. How do I explain this? There was a documentary thing that I watched about fossils, okay? So, and it was about fossils and it was about diamonds. So, when you think of the word fossil, like what comes to your mind? Like dinosaurs, right? Millions of years ago to create a fossil. Like because you think about like the thing died and then you got all the layers of nature and slowly it all compacted down and then now it's like a rock and all you get is the fossil inside of a rock, right? So archaeologists are now figuring out that um, fossils can happen over a couple hundred years or even less. Like you can create a fossil in a less amount of time than millions of years, like the dinosaurs. Okay? And then, so keep that theory in mind about the fossils, all right? So how when you think of the word fossil, you think of something that's millions of years old, but then now you're now just learning that fossils can be only a couple hundred years, not like millions or thousands, you know? Okay, so that kind of trumps the whole idea of on how old something can be. Um, then now let's look at diamonds. So diamonds are supposed to not like natural diamonds are formed over what you think is like millions of years of compression, right, in the ground, and then there's diamonds in the ground through compression and time and science and pressure. But yet here we are, we're in a time and age where they're scientifically creating diamonds in labs now. They've come up with a formula to be able to create a synthetic diamond, which has the same, almost the same density as a natural diamond, and it's created in what thousands years less time. So now the synthetic diamond, like another, that's this is another talk about synthetic diamonds are ruining the market of natural diamonds. But so now you have the fossils you think is supposed to be millions of years, and you have the fossils that are only hundreds of years, and then you have diamonds that are made over millions of years of pressure, but then now you have diamonds that are being created in a couple of days in a lab. So that device that you're talking about, I mean, is more, it's, I don't think it's more of a question of is it tens of thousands of years old. It's more of the environment that that thing was sitting in. Did that environment just cause that thing to look older, seem older, carbon date is older, so they think it's thousands of years old, but really it's only a couple hundred years? Does that make sense? So when I worked at a powder coating factory, my boss said to me one day, "Hey, do you know how they actually test the durability for these paint layers on these hydraulic tubes?" Because we had like mega contracts with John Deere, so I was like painting hydraulic tubes for probably like millions of John Deere tractors. um they basically, what John Deere would do is they would take a whole bunch of them and they would go and stick them in like a water park for a year, because the chlorine in the air of a water park, if you sat inside of uh, a water park with the humidity, the chlorine in the air, the chemicals, and you sat in there for a year, it would be as if you were like sitting outside getting weathered for a 5 year
I don't know,
span.
but I know many things that are far but not too far that are lost to time. Great fire is an example.
Yeah, well, I get like the lost knowledge thing, but so they would put the thing in the. What I'm trying to get at is they would put the thing in the water park for a year, and they would see how corroded it was, because it would be as if it was outside for 5 or 10 years. So when I think of things like that mechanism that was found, and they think it's really old, it's more of, it's not, is it really old? It's more of the environment or whatever they found it at, was that what made it look old? Is that throwing off their tests saying that it's older? You know, like there's a whole bunch of different possibilities to things. Our science only starts like our documented science, like people actually being smart. It's only been a couple hundred years for us, you know? Like, so it just makes you wonder. Like stuff that we think is millions of years old, is it actually millions of years old? Because shit gets debunked all the time. Every piece of technology we have to look at stuff is all created by ones and zeros. So, I mean, what if they just have the ones and zeros fucking not set right and everybody thinks that what it is correct? But it's only correct because we're being told by the person that understands it that it's correct. Who determines what's correct?
Right, but even if it was closer in time, it is even more amazing that with all we have now we still haven't cracked it.
Yeah, I guess. But who even says that it's something to crack, though? That's what I'm saying. What if it's just a piece of junk? What if, like, it was like a crackhead thousands of years ago just put a whole bunch of fucking weird parts together, threw it in the ground, and said, I wonder how. They're gonna try for so long to figure out what this fucking thing is.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Right? Like, who says there's even a purpose? There's only people saying that there is because they want there to be. It could just be someone's junk, for all they know. Like, who's to say that fucking... Oh, why'd they build the pyramids? How do you know it's not just somebody's sandcastle? Like, I don't know, man. They want stuff to have a purpose so bad that they just create, I feel like they just create their own fucking realities to try and make it a purpose. And you know what? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Perry King, you know what this is relating to? It's relating to that joke that I just told you about the guy chopping the wood, thinking that the native
But
knew
they say
how
the
bad the
memory app
winter
is
was gonna
good
be.
for to tell time and what weather and certain events all at once. But I get ya.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, Perry King. It's just stuff like that. Sure, it's weird, but it doesn't change nothing. It's cool, but I doubt that there is like some secret civilization called the Anakai that fucking used to rule the world, blah blah blah, aliens and fucking, I don't know, man. Like I said, I believe in aliens, but I don't think it's like they're making it out to be. It's starting to look like fucking Men in Black is what's going on. Like, too many people watch the movie Men in Black and they want it to be real.
No, it's just amazing that it can't replicate it. All we know but don't know.
Yeah, it's just all back and forth, Perry King. I don't know. This fucking place is weird. Like an episode of fucking From or like Lost. You ever watch the show Lost where they're stuck on the island? You have no idea what the fuck's going on, but every day there's something new. Yeah, that's what it's like living here. If there is aliens, they're definitely not coming near us. They're like, man, those fucking guys are weird. We look like I bet you Earth is like the crackheads at 7-Eleven asking for change. Instead of change, we're asking for knowledge. So like the aliens come by and here we are holding out a fucking cup saying, give us some knowledge, give us some knowledge. And they're like, yo, here's a quarter, like get the fuck away from me. And then they drive by, side-eyeing us. And they tell all their kids, stay away from that planet, those people are weird.
Like Greek fire, we just can't because of time. That's not a bad thing, it's truly amazing. It's unknown but once was.
The Greek fire thing? Yeah, I guess. It's also one of those things you have to think about where what one thing I've thought about with that, and like I haven't really heard much theory on, is you have to think that over time things have changed in terms of um what's the word I'm looking for?
We have things like it, but it's not the original.
I know. I'm trying to explain my theory with that is the potency of stuff. Okay? So, like, I know that it was only a couple thousand years ago,
Napalm.
but what if it was, like, and you also gotta think they're going off of a description of textbooks, right? Like, they don't have video evidence of whatever this fire was that they had, okay? That's one of the things to think of. Like, it could be something we already have. It's just the description that they gave is not lining up to be anything that we have. But I mean, just because the written description is saying something else, like, it doesn't mean that we don't already have it. That's my one theory I got for you. Okay? Second theory is, thousands of years ago, I would bet that oil in the ground was a little bit different. You know? Like, doesn't a couple thousand years of oil sitting in the ground kind of do something to it? Because doesn't gas go bad after a certain amount of time? Like, gas is a man-made variant of oil, petroleum, whatever. Okay, but gas goes bad. So I mean, wouldn't oil also have been different thousands of years ago? Like, even if it was just 1,000 years ago, like, it still would have been different. So what if this Greek fire was just a different potency of the molecules and the materials that they had back in the day? Because they say that even the air was different when dinosaurs were around. So I mean, if the air was different when dinosaurs were around, how do we know that the air wasn't different when all these civilizations were around, like Spartans? What if Spartans weren't actually super trained soldiers? What if the air just had these fucking guys so hyped up that they were like super soldiers because there was more oxygen in the air or something? You know what I mean? Like, so many different possibilities of things. Like this Greek fire, it could be something we have. It's just the description that we were given of the thing.
Mineville.ch/Sahai. We have the device, just not the recipe to make it, plus other scientific things as well to know it was around.
Yeah, just, I don't know. You gotta think of, we're getting the description of Greek fire through written knowledge, not through video evidence, not through... What? So you're telling me I can make like a cobblestone? What? Can't you sell cobblestone? I thought that you couldn't make those in this. You can sell cobblestone for $1.50 each. might have an idea, King. I wonder how far.
Basically saying the device that spewed this mystery fire isn't enough evidence to say it was real.
No, not that it wasn't real. I'm saying that the description that you're being given on the device is a description that was written so many years ago. How many years ago was this described in textbooks? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta think, they didn't have TV and social media to know different words of different devices. Like, they didn't know what a TV was. If you showed somebody a couple thousand years ago a TV, what would you think they would call it? They would think it's something of alien technology. Because they don't have that type of imagination over technology or contraptions. Even just contraptions. Something simple like a catapult in the medieval times. If you showed a catapult to cavemen, would they understand the mechanics of it? How would they describe a catapult? It's, you gotta think it's like a different time and age, so they could have thought it was like some crazy ass, like, you know, what's his name?
Right, it is lost because it was such a guarded recipe, literally lost to time and tight lips.
Yeah, I guess. Or it could have just been something simple that we already have, and we think it's some complex design because that's what a book is telling them, that it was like some crazy ass complex design. Because the book says it's a crazy ass complex design. The only proof we have is by stories and by books and by written documents, right? There's no saying that there was even something crazy, is all I'm trying to say. Could have been something simple as a catapult. Just maybe it had, maybe they fucking decorated it.
Just not the fire.
Okay, and we already went over that. And I said about the potency of the materials that they use for it. Like there's a thing for everything, right? Like, I'd imagine that weed a couple thousand years ago was a lot different than the weed we have now, right? The weed that the natives were smoking when they're seeing all these fucking spiritual things, I bet you that was some pretty good fucking weed, Pelican, because I don't see nothing when I smoke weed. How do we know that they were even seeing all these visions? What if they were just getting fucking so stoned, looking at the campfire all night, all baked, have a dream, you met the Star Walker, I met the Creator. Everything, man.
Like that meant just saying we have everything that proves it exists already, we just can't duplicate it.
Yeah, but and then again, like maybe we just can't duplicate it because the type of materials we have that we're trying to duplicate it with just aren't the same potency that they were 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. Like, we probably have the stuff to make it. It's just we can't make it because the stuff we have is outdated. Does that make sense? Like try that. It's like trying to find car parts for a car
I
from
see what you mean.
1990. You know, like I need a fuel pump for a 1990 pickup truck. Well, maybe the design for the fuel pump is just something that they don't make anymore, or and it's just one of those things. Like we have fuel pumps, but it's out. The thing you want a fuel pump for is outdated. Because everything changes over time, is what they always teach us in science, right? Like the rocks being compressed in the diamonds and oil being created from dinosaurs. Like they say that natural oil deposits is like dinosaurs fucking decomposed over time, right? I mean, it just could have been different shit. I don't know how to explain it. Stuff changes over time. And again,
I
like
get
I
what you
was,
mean.
yeah, and it's also like I'm still also kind of hooked on the part where on how it's documented, right? I mean Greek fire. So this is Greek and Roman Empire times, I'm guessing that this is coming from. So this is the same time, an era where they believed in Greek mythology and Greek gods and mythical stuff like centaurs. You know, I mean, if you go a couple hundred years in the future, weren't they slaughtering women in the Salem witch trials because they thought they were witches, right? So how do we know that this Greek fire isn't just like normal fire? That's all I'm trying to say. What if it's what if it's just like you said, napalm? It's just the description that they've been giving of what Greek fire is. You know, whoever described it might have exaggerated it. So now here you think we've never created um Greek fire only because they're saying Greek fire, the description that they have of Greek fire is completely different than anything we've created with our modern technology. That's all I'm trying to say. Like who wrote the description of what this Greek fire was? It's also another one of those things too, like that's like saying that the Bible is real because it's out there. There's documents of stuff that happened in the Bible, right? But we can't prove or recreate anything. It's just like the Greek fire, but the Greek fire wasn't in a Bible, but it was in a document or a book or a story. You know what I mean? So there's no saying that the Greek fire was even real. See what I'm trying to get at?
It's a fire that doesn't burn on water. Like napalm fire. It's from books and our science now. But
Yeah, but they're saying they can't recreate it, but you don't even know.
Our main
It's
source is the flamethrower.
yeah. It's just I don't know, man. That's all I'm trying to say is we don't even know if there was actually a different type of fire that they made. Like it could just be an exaggeration. It could just be like the Bible where it's a story that people just came to believe that this fire was so much different and greater. It could have just been the conditions of the water. The water could have had fucking algae all over the top of it or seaweed, and it made the oil and stuff not get smothered by the fire. So when they went and placed down all their fire on the water, it looked like it looked like the fire was burning on the water, but in reality, it was just sitting on a whole bunch of fucking seaweed or something. I don't know, King. A whole bunch of possibilities. Like I'm just saying that could be one of the reasons why they can't recreate it is because it was something entirely different than they documented. Because again, we're going off by documents that some average Joe like me or you, wrote down on the piece of paper. Yeah, we got this crazy. Our city's got this crazy fire that it burns on water, and we're gonna tell you about it, but we're not gonna tell you how to create it.
Is the device itself. The leftover chemicals. All evidence unlike the Bible.
Yeah, I know, but it's still like in my head,
That's a
it's just by
contradiction.
another average Joe though, in a world that we live in. But then but then your Christian people would argue with you and say that the Bible, you have Jesus's cross and apparently the spear that pierced Jesus's heart. You have that cloth veil thing, which is apparently the cloth that they laid over Jesus when they put him in the hole in the wall, and there's like a outline picture of Jesus on this cloth. You know what I mean? Like, is it actually? Is it actually? Or is it just, you know, I found this rusty old spearhead and I'm just gonna tell people that this was the spear tip that pierced Jesus' heart, because who's around to tell me that it isn't? Isn't there like thousands of people trying to sell fake stuff on eBay all the
So if
time
you
trying to
hold the
convince people?
flamethrower but it not shooting flames, that it doesn't exist, like you not holding it proves it's real.
So if you hold a flamethrower but it's not shooting flames, that it doesn't exist, like you not holding it proves it real? What? Okay, but you're saying how can there be leftover chemical? Like, so they have leftover chemicals. They have the chemicals that are sitting there. So they have the actual ingredients that are sitting in front of this machine, the leftover residues, but you're telling me they can't recreate it? That doesn't make sense, though. How can you not you have the leftover chemicals. So that sounds like it's something that we already have, right? It's just the description that
Yes,
we're
that's what
given.
I'm saying.
So it just sounds like whatever was documented about this device was just exaggerated, Pelican. Like what's the proof that the fire was actually on the water is what I'm asking you. Like you're saying they said it used to burn on water. They said it used to do this. Who's they? Is my question. Is they the same people that created it? So like it wouldn't be anything like, you know, um China and Russia saying that they have the best military power. We have nukes that reach this far and this far just to try and tell people that they have something better. You know what I mean? Because that doesn't really make sense how you have a device. We have a device. So hear me out. We have a device. We know there is traces of chemicals inside this device, but we don't know how.
The
We have
inside the
everything to
phone.
make it, but we don't know how to
Not
make
just
it.
they and others, but the device and science.
Yeah, see, so like something's not adding up with that though. What it's looking like to me, my opinion with that, what it's looking like is miscommunication between whoever found it and whoever built it.
But residue from thousands of years.
Yeah, but with the technology we have, I mean, they know, they're able to pick up carbon dating and shit like that.
Like you said, potency.
Yeah, but I don't know. If they can carbon date something, then they can figure out what molecules are in the residue and place it on the periodic table through some kind of technological machine. Like, it's just not really adding up. Have you ever seen, now that we're talking about Greek fire and my brain's starting to circulate, there was a movie a while back. I don't remember the name of it, Perry King. I'm blank on the name. It was a team of archaeologists, and they're cleaning up a dig site of where there used to be a castle, like um medieval times. Okay, and Buddy gets a visit from someone through like government agency or some kind of weird thing, and tells him that his dad's in trouble and that his dad needs help. So he goes to the like headquarters or whatever it is, and they find out that they made a time machine that goes back in time to the exact time and era of the medieval area that they're uncovering with their archaeological thing. And then they go back in time and they're like in the medieval times, and the one guy ends up falling in love with like the queen lady that gets killed on the night, which causes the rage, which causes whatever city's fighting to win because the girl dies. And then Buddy's dad said in the movie that he gave them Greek fire. So now I'm kind of confused how they have in the movie Buddy saying he's giving them Greek fire, but then now we're being told that they don't know how to do Greek fire. gonna figure out the name of the movie now. It's called Timeline 2003.
Okay, let me say something even more simple but same thing, but you can't question it exist. Roman concrete.
So it talks
We
here.
have it but can't remake it.
Roman concrete. Again, that could be just be another potency issue. Either a potency issue or just a bad ratio thing. Or even a time thing. Who's to say that it was meant to last that long? Maybe it just lasted that long because of weather conditions and so on and so forth. Like the conditions of which it was surviving in. Could the conditions have contributed to the longevity of it? The water that they used. I'd imagine that. Okay, here's one thing to think of, Pei-kun. Microplastics. If you look at any documentary about microplastics now, they say that almost 80% of the world, or almost every single droplet of water in the world, um, can contain traces of microplastics, because now we actually have plastic inside of our bodies because of, over the years, um, people have been throwing their garbage in the oceans, and you have like fucking different things happening, like natural disasters, and filling the like hurricanes and tornadoes. It's filling the oceans with all this garbage and debris, which is decaying over time and becoming a part of the water. So now we have microplastics and everything. What if microplastics has to do with the density of the concrete? Because I would imagine that Roman concrete, the water that they used to make the concrete, probably didn't have any microplastics in it. Now, if 3/4 of our water has microplastics in it, is there a possibility or the chance that the water just isn't as potent now to create that bond between the concrete mix and the water? What you got? What you got, Perry King? Counter me, bitch. That's right. I got fucking OCD scientific explanations for everything you throw at me. What you got? What you got?
I see what you mean. Still all three are lost to time regardless, possible forever if you're right about potency, even though we have the means T.
There's a theory for everything, Perry King. Even though we have the means to increase that in most things. Yeah, but it's also, I don't know. I don't want to say it's something that they probably didn't think of, but it's a possibility that like in whatever test they ran that they didn't really think about how over time things lose potency, right? I'm sure that they've probably thought about it, but I don't know. Like you got to think that the people that are testing these things, who's to say that they tested every angle, you know? We're going off by of we're going off by the experiments of people that we don't know and experiments of people that are again just average Joes just like us, but they have just a little bit more intelligence in the field that they're working in. But who's to say that they did it to the full extent to confidently say that we'll never be able to recreate it, you know? But that would be one thing to look into is like the potent. I would imagine that ocean water was probably a lot different in the Roman times before all
Words
the
exactly as
pollution,
they
before
say
all
the
the
recipe would have
emissions of the
already
world.
lost. Will what now nom? Hugh.
Yeah, but who's they is my question, right? Like, who are they to determine that? Who are they to determine that the recipe's lost? And it's not just a recipe that is a common known recipe. It was just um ill described. Because I just looked up, it says that the Greek fire was from the 7th century to the 14th century. So you know what that means,
The
Perry King.
scientists that studied it.
Yeah, but you know what that means, right? Like, that means that this Greek fire existed in the year 700 to the year 1400. So that means we're now in the 21st century. Is it the 21st or the 22nd? I don't fucking know. I think we're in the 21st because we're going towards 2100, right? So for 18, 19, 20, 21, for 300, 400 years, it hasn't been used, okay? So 400 years ago, you got to think about the limited amount of imagination and the limited amount of descriptive imagination people had to describe things as to, like, sure, okay, hear me out, Peking. The scientists have discovered that the Greeks have said that they have a device that shoots this fucking crazy ass fire, okay? But who's to say that the guy that documented it didn't describe it wrong? You know what I'm trying to say? Because if they don't have the recipe to make it, and they don't have the recipe to make the device, they just have the device. They've only found the device. They can like so they can recreate the device off of seeing the device. Okay, so I doubt like, and then the way that you're describing it, and then the Google thing I just looked at is describing it, is that nobody has like an actual journal of the person that apparently came up with this Greek fire, right? So I mean, who's to say that it's not actually something that we have? It was just ill described by the low imagination of the person that lived at that time and the person or people, plural, that described it. You know what I mean?
OMG, all the scientists say it's real and we still have it open to the public, not just a book.
Okay, I get that, but like, you gotta think about how stuff was described. Like, who's to say it was actually some crazy ass fire? Like, maybe it wasn't some crazy ass fire, it was just normal fire.
Look up the device that shot it out.
Alright, you're gonna make me look deeper into it. So you're telling me something like the pyramids, okay? The pyramids is, what, 3,000, 4,000 years old, maybe more? This Greek fire is only 400 years ago, Perry King. So how do they have more about the pyramids, but they don't have nothing for this Greek fire? Alright, Greek fire was an incendiary weapon used by the Byzantine Empire. I don't know if that's correct. From the 7th to the 14th centuries, the recipe for Greek fire was a closely guarded state secret. Historians have variously speculated that it was based on saltpeter, sulfur, or quicklime, but most modern scholars agree that it was based on petroleum mixed with resins, comparable in composition to
Because the
modern
pyramids is
napalm.
a simple building. Love it but don't see the hype.
Byzantine sailors would toss grenades loaded with Greek
Leverage.
fire onto enemy ships or spray it from tubes. Its ability to burn on water made it an effective and destructive naval incendiary weapon, and rival powers tried unsuccessfully to copy the material. Let's go down to manufacture. In Constantine Porphyrogennetos warnings show the ingredients and processes of the manufacture and deployment of Greek fire were carefully guarded military secrets. So strict was the secrecy that the composition of Greek fire was lost forever and remains a source of speculation. The mystery of the formula has long dominated the research into Greek fire. Despite this almost exclusive focus, Greek fire is best understood as a complete weapon system of many components, all of which were needed to operate together to render it effective. This compromised not only the formula of its composition, but also the specialized Droman ships that carried it into battle. The device used to prepare the substance by heating and pressurizing it, the siphon the siphon projecting it, and the special training of the siphonaroi who used it. Knowledge of the whole system was highly compartmentalized, with operators and technicians aware of the secrets of only one component, ensuring that no enemy could gain knowledge of it in its entirety. This accounts for the fact that when Bulgarians took Mesembri and the Debaltos in 814, they captured 36 siphons and even quantities of the substance itself, but were unable to make any use of them. Okay, Pelican. So again, hear me out, okay? So this Greek fire.
Roman concrete was the same. For all we know, you're right.
I'm just trying to say, like, I don't know. It's just 700 years ago. In the year 700 to the year 1400 is when this stuff was used. Like, I'm just thinking, like, I don't know. It's one of those things where these stories or these written documents of the wars that they had and them using it and this and that, like, sure, they might have had a weapon that spewed out this fire, or they had grenades of this fire, whatever. Like, it's sounding like they had multiple ways to distribute this. They had grenades, they had spray it from tubes. Like, I don't know, maybe Greek fire is just like you said, like a napalm, and even like this Wikipedia thing says it's like a modern napalm. It could have just been some fucking jerry-rigged makeshift napalm back in the day, but like we're getting descriptions of it, of battles that happened fucking 600 years ago. So yeah, like, I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm not saying the Greek fire didn't exist, but who's to say that it's called Greek fire today in the modern world? What if napalm is Greek fire? You know? Just back then they called it Greek fire because the Greeks made it. And then the Greeks lost this magical recipe, you know? Somebody else comes up with a new recipe along the same lines and calls it napalm. It's all I'm trying to say. Potency or miscommunication, misdocumentation, I don't know. This is also in the day and age, Perry King, where you gotta think people thought that the center of the universe was the Earth. Have you looked how far back it was that scientists figured out that the universe isn't, that our solar, or it wasn't not the universe, sorry, but our solar system. They thought that the Earth was the center of the solar system, not the universe. That I correct myself. But like, it wasn't only until, like, I'm pretty sure like a few hundred years ago that they figured out that our solar system, the Earth, is not the center. It's the sun that's the center. So again, like, is it miscommunication? Is it fucking, maybe they just didn't have the knowledge or the science or the tools to understand things? But like, it could be anything. It could be miscommunication. It could be potency. It could be real. They could have had some kind of magical mixer that nobody's ever made again. You know what I mean? But the chances are there's more things saying that it wasn't. Especially because, with the technology and science that we have now, they can't recreate it.
Many known unknowns.
But they know so much about it, but they can't do it. Is what doesn't make sense to me. Especially considering, have you seen any of the videos of people? This guy's got like this fucking, oh man, what are they called? I want to call it a microscope. You know that you used to use in like science class, but it's like a computerized one, and he's got like a computer chip underneath it, and he zooms all the way into the very fucking center spot of this computer chip. It like passes he has like a hair beside it, and it says size of the hair, and then it zooms in like another 1,000 times, and there's like little tiny ridges on the fucking thing in there that are being created by some kind of weird thing. Have you seen that? You know that the quality of computer chips is like random when they make computer chips, which is why you have different qualities of like computer type products. that are more expensive than others?
I've seen versions of it.
So, like, how would what I'm trying to get at is how would the Romans have described that? Would they call it futuristic fire? And then if nobody told them how to create it, and then the person that knew how to create it stopped creating it, like, you know what I mean? It's all about how people described it. Who's to say it was like some crazy secret recipe, but it wasn't something we have now? I don't know. That's all I'm trying to get at, Pelican. Especially shit. I don't know. Look at dinosaurs. For the longest time, we were told that dinosaurs had fucking scales, that they were like lizards. And then now there's apparently some scientists trying to say that dinosaurs had feathers. Well, what one is it?
Yes, the problem with lost things and improving technology.
Yeah, but it's just still like, I don't know, Pelican. The dinosaurs have scales. It's Greek fire. The dinosaurs have feathers. It's actually just napalm. Wait, here, let me see. This is also the mentality. So, the Salem witch trials happened in 1692, February 1692, all the way to May 1693, triggered by mass hysteria and accusations of witchcraft. The events primarily unfolded in Salem Village. Accused. More than 200 people were accused of practicing witchcraft. 19 innocent people were executed by hanging. One man was pressed to death and several others died in disease-ridden jails. The end. The governor, William Phipps, halted further arrests and trials eventually ended in May 1693. So, um, that was only 300 years after the Greek fire thing, Peking. What I'm trying to get at is, do you see how easy it was for people to convince people of unexplainable and supernatural things? So, like, what if Greek fire was just something that they couldn't explain? So here in the modern day, we think it's something crazy made with like a crazy recipe, like crazy intricate. Oh my God, it's a lost recipe. But I mean, that idea is coming off of a description from somebody 700 years ago.
I believe it. People used to think you and I wasn't human. Just in 1960s we all couldn't drink from the same fountain.
Yeah, I know. With the difference between whites and natives and whites and blacks, I know. It's because they were led to believe that, but that's just the way, right? Like it's just they were convinced that that's what it was, that it was something different, that we were different, because that's what they were told. Oh my goodness, you know what I'm just realizing? I'm at the wall. Holy crap, Pei King. We've been talking for a really long time. I've been like spaced right out, Pei King, doing this. I can't believe I've. Do you not realize how much I've just taken off since you've been on? I was at like.
I've gone from interested to scared again that fast. People are so unpredictable.
Yeah, I know, but it's just. It just is, man. There's nothing we can do about it. I was like right here, Pei King. You just sat here while I just took out this whole chunk. Like this whole half. I'd say I was just under half, honestly. How many uses we got left on this thing? I've only used 1,405. Right? Right. Oh, just try not to worry about those things, man. I don't know. Just do you. It's not. It's like one of those things where it's like, what's gonna
Listen, I
happen is
can't
gonna
believe I
happen, you
was
know?
consumed by your OCD right in front of me.
I know, I know. What do you mean? You made it more smooth. I didn't even realize what I was doing. Honestly, I was just in fucking flab blubber mode. And I was like fucking mining away while I was talking. I didn't skip a beat.
I will little but I'm kinda like you. 2 words, why and how.
Yeah, but I don't. It's the why is unexplainable in the house. It just is. Just is, Fairy King. See, the only thing I'm worried about here is, remember I seen that slime. There was a slime up there at one of these points. I kind of want to look back in the stream and see when the slime showed up, look at the coordinates, build a little platform, see if I can get... Because I don't think slimes will spawn down here. To be honest, I don't think anything can spawn on bedrock. Like, there would be zombies and skeletons and shit over here on the ground if they did. But there's not. There's nothing. This isn't actually all light either. This is just because I got the night vision activated.
Let it go, I just live with it. I just can't see suffering and let go, as this is normal, but I'm okay. Loudly crying face. So hard.
Yeah, I know, Pelican. It's like one of those things where it sucks and... I don't know, man. Just try not to... Try not to let it get to you. I know it's hard. It's easier said than done. My mom worries all the time. She'll like see like TikToks that like go and scare her and convince her that the world's coming to an end, that there's gonna be like a nuclear war, and she's keeps telling me how she has to talk to her therapist about it, and her therapist is telling her to limit her TikTok time because it's scaring her so much. And it's like, man, like I get it, but like if something like that's out of our control, if something like that it sucks to say, it's out of our control, but if something like that happens, it's just gonna happen. Like getting upset about it isn't going to help you. It's not going to help it not happen. You know, you just making like if it's going to happen. I mean, you're stressing yourself out in those last moments, if that makes sense. You're making the only thing you getting upset about it is making your own life harder. Cause it's getting upset about it isn't gonna change it.
Thanks, broski. You might have been a Buddha in the past. Very rational. Where
Very
is your
rational.
slime spot?
I don't know. I don't know, man. It was, remember, like at the beginning of the stream when I first came down here and I was like, oh, look at that. There was like a slime. I think it's somewhere like around here. But I'm definitely going to have to, I'll just scroll back on the stream and try and find it and look at the coordinates so that I can build a platform there. Because the slimes only spawn so far down, for one. And then for two, like I was just saying, nothing's gonna spawn on this bottom. Like, it's pitch black in here. Without the night vision, it's pitch black. No light level right here. So shit should be spawning. So, I'm convinced nothing can spawn on bedrock. I bet you, if I take these torches off... Oh. That something will spawn up on this ledge. Or is it not wide enough? I need another... It needs to be too wide. Break this open. Back up. Otherwise, there would be shit down here. 100% there'd be shit down here on the floor.
But if we don't look, we don't feel. What are we to look away from it? Not bots, these are human beings, even though we all dying rolling on the floor laughing.
No, but I don't know, like you just, if you stress yourself out about it, then like the way I feel about it is you're kind of just wasting that last little bit stressing yourself out. Like if I know it sucks, but like if the government went and launched a nuke and the nuke landed anywhere near you, like it's gonna be fast, man. Like it's not gonna be no running away from it, no thinking about it. Like so, I don't know, man. It's just like it sucks. It really does. But stressing yourself out about it before it shows up, if it shows up, is not helping you. Like it's making it worse on you, if anything. Is this next one? So I've gone too far. That sucks.
It's not a waste even though you're powerless. Our ancestors are proof. Both your ancestors too, rolling on the floor laughing loudly, crying face.
I don't know, man. I just kinda not really, because they didn't have nukes, a worry of nukes. They didn't know what nukes were. If anything, I think they would be more worried that the sun or the bright light in the sky was gonna explode. But even that, like, think about, man, like the freak chance that the Earth is sitting here. All it would take is just one wrong solar flare from the sun, and everything's gone. Never mind nukes. You know what I mean? That's something that's completely out of our control. That's not even man-made. But we're not stressing out about the sun.
OMG, why you have to remind me, loudly crying face.
No, but you know what I mean? It's just, I'm not trying to freak you out more. I'm just saying, like, it's,
No.
you, stop it. You're funny, man. All I'm trying to say is that it's not worth stressing out about. Whether it happens or not, you still gotta wake up tomorrow. If it doesn't happen, you gotta wake up tomorrow. If it does happen, you ain't waking up tomorrow. Either way, you gotta try and wake up tomorrow, right? Either way, you still gotta live in this reality, okay? Until it happens. It doesn't change anything, right? It's not gonna make your rent go away. It's not gonna make your lifestyle go away. If you're stressed out about it, none of that's gonna change. If you're not stressed out about it, none of it's gonna change, right? So what I'm trying to say is, like, the difference between being stressed out about it and not stressed out about it is it's not like if you weren't stressed out, it's still going to be the same.
This is the scariest movie I've seen in a while. This conversation rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
No, I'm just trying to say that, like, whether you're angry about it or not, like, it's not. So why choose to be angry about it if it's going to be the same thing if you're not angry about it? It's still gonna be there even when you realize to not be angry about it. It's like I don't know if you've seen them. There's a couple posts of like being at work, and it says being at work. What's the point in being at work angry when you can be at work jamming? And then it's like a couple people fucking dancing to the music at work, and just you're getting paid the same amount to be pissed off at work and not pissed off at work. So why be pissed off at work and not enjoy it? Is the meaning behind that? So apply that to that of the worry of the world
Because it
ending.
happened to us in many ways and it's bad, very bad. Bonus am only human, blame my emotions.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to say that it would you'll be less worried about it if you just try not to let it affect you. I don't know, Pei. Fucking ear is killing me for some reason. Hope I'm not getting an earache. I take these headphones off.
Don't have a problem with it though. I struggle in that area to let it be, to swim with the flow of my own emotions and reasoning.
Yeah, and I get it, man. It's like you just said, you're only human. All I'm trying to say, Perry King, is you're just adding this extra stress when in reality we don't need it. We already have enough stress in this life, man. You know? So, like, why stress yourself out about something out of our reach?
It's one of the most childish thing for me. To just don't help. To just live my own powerless life.
You know what it's like? You know what it's like? It's like me saying about buddy across the street, how I want to beat the shit out of him. Okay? As much as that stresses me out, you and I both know that he is not worth the time to sit in jail over fucking not liking him. Okay? So apply that to the worry of the things that could happen. Like, it's not worth trapping yourself in that mental prison over something that is out of your ability to change. like a solar
The
flare
guy don't
or a
even know
nuclear
you.
thing.
Fuck this guy.
I know, right? But he's not worth the time, right? You and I both know he's not worth the time. If there was like, buddy, if there was like a mutual agreement, like no cameras, no calling the cops, no nothing, I'm down. Okay? Like, I'm ready. But the reality of it is, that's never going to happen. He would never agree to that. So it's, like you say, it's not worth my time. So it's not worth your time to be stressed out about things like that. Was that just a skeleton riding a Whoa. I was about to go pee. The skeleton's riding a fucking spider, King.
What?
By the way, I also seen a thing on how to make your own custom paintings in this. You ever see any TikTok clips where people have posters on the wall in their hideouts and they're like of something that you've never seen?
Yes, the paintings. How?
The maps.
Been wanting to ask you this, it's been grinding my gears. Why the fuck are you so leveled?
Through the daily thing. Because I got that demigod
What
rank.
are you preparing for WW3?
No, because look, so my regular daily rank doesn't give me any, but now the demigod reward, I get 100,000 XP every time I claim the daily demigod reward. So now we're at 291. Oh, that was close. And I get 100 grand too from that. I get 120 grand, 100,000 XP, and 5 legendary magic shards. And then the regular daily reward is just 3 daily bundles, 5 minutes of fly, and $500 for your streak. So I'm on a 22-day streak, so I get $500 times 22. See, it still says 7, so they got it weird. The daily thing, you're never gonna get a legendary in it again. Kinda. I don't really. I don't make any books anymore. So, like levels, I'm not really like hurting for levels. You know what I mean? And then since I have that weird mending effect on everything, like I don't need levels to repair anything. I haven't repaired anything or crafted anything in a while. I haven't had to repair this orbit armor
When
once.
I grow up, I wanna be like you, rolling on the floor laughing.
Ha! You're funny. You're funny, Perry King.
Y'all know what grinds my gears. You think o' a time you or someone you care about and all your painful situations.
You think, oh, a time you or someone you care about and all your
Something
painful
like a
situations.
senseless person going through it now.
I guess, yeah.
It makes me feel so incredibly small and exhausted.
I guess. But it's still, it's like one of those things of stressing, you're worrying yourself. We already have enough stress and worry in our lives, Craig. And
But I can't, my heart isn't closed or guarded, it's out in the open, not just stress, empathy and sympathy, also a little grateful.
it's just if you spend too much time worrying about it, though, it's gonna consume you, and it's gonna make your way of life harder to want to live in. You know, like the toll of. It's just like you telling me about how sleep takes a toll on your body, like stress takes a toll on your body too, right? So stressing yourself out about everything, you let like the whole worries of the whole world bother you, then you're gonna have a heart attack.
True, I won't let it ruin me because life already too hard to live in.
Hey, buddy, like I'm trying to dig here. It's another amethyst deposit over
Makes
there.
me feel
Holy,
more special, more grateful for not just big but the so small seems unseen.
I guess.
Turn away from my mental or see and be exposed to the terrible truth, as pretty and ugly as it may be.
Well, I'm not saying turn away from it. I'm just saying don't let it bother you. Like, you're gonna see it, but like, you're stressing yourself out, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's not worth being stressed all the time. It's like Vampire Diaries. They're yelling at each other to turn it off. Just turn it off for a little bit. Try not to let it all get to you so much.
That's hard for me to understand. I'm sorry, bro. I can't close it without feeling like shit. Like I'm avoiding it.
Yeah, and that's your own personal feelings around it, right? But you're not avoiding it. Nobody said that. Nobody said that you had to take on the responsibility of taking it on, though, right? Nobody but your own self. So when you say that you're avoiding it, who's telling you that you're avoiding it? Like, who makes the decision as to what you're avoiding? Nobody's gonna tell you that you're avoiding anything.
My emotions and myself.
Yeah, but your emotions and yourself is what's stressing you out already. Your emotions is making you think about the things in the world, and you're stressing yourself out, and you're putting added stress on yourself because other people stress. But it doesn't change their stress. Yeah, feeling sympathy and feeling bad about it, but it doesn't change anything. So like when you look back, you're like hurting yourself. Like you can feel bad about it, but don't let it hurt you or stress you out or make you lose sleep. Because again, it's one of those things that it's just life. It just is. It's like the bombs that you reach. Unless you can physically, say it's somebody going through something across the street, like some kind of family abuse or something, and you could walk over there and stop it or call someone and stop it. That's different. Like, and if you didn't do anything about it, sure, you'd feel like a guilt for not doing anything or not being able to do anything. But if it's something that's out of your reach and out of your control and there's nothing you can physically change about it, like, I don't know, man. You're hurting yourself.
Good and the bad. But they are seen. Because it's not okay. Definitely stress and lost sleep and definitely hurtful.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it's not. You
They are
shouldn't.
vent.
Don't let it hurt you, man. Because think there's all that stress that happened in the world before you existed, and then there's gonna be a whole bunch of stress in the world after you exist. If you're adding stress onto yourself now, like that's not changing your stress, you know? Like the evil is still going to exist after we die. Time keeps going. There's nothing we can change after we die. And there's nothing we can change from before we were born. And there's nothing we can change that's already happened while we were alive. So, I mean, I don't know, Pelican. And then, like, I know you want to change it now, like the in between while you're here, in
So much
between.
stress is why I laugh so much in stressful situations. Defense mechanism to not go insane for real, rolling on the floor laughing loudly, crying face.
I guess.
It be so stupid it's funny. Like I said, no one deserves to get hurt. World would have been peaches and cream. A big sleepover.
A big sleepover.
This place is just gravel and lava. Jesus Christ.
I know, man. I know. That's why I like let it all fall down to the bottom and then pick it all, go down and scoop it all at the end. And moss blocks. Imagine I dig through and find a mob spawner in the ground from whoever had that fucking cabin with the zombie spawner in it.
Okay, here we go. If you find one, if you just spoke one up again. I'm reporting you for cheating, rolling on the floor,
I'm
laughing
reporting
loudly,
you.
crying face.
You funny bacon. What if I'm like a fortune teller? What the heck, man? There's so much moss block. More water and gravel and lava. This is crazy looking pelican. And I have to finish this side too.
I say it to religious people all the time. I wish I could believe in a big paradise in the sky for some God to tell me it's okay.
Yeah, I guess. Semi sort of. Because then I look at like if heaven and hell is real, I mean,
Why in
I've done a
Paladin's 2
couple
words
shitty
says
things in
fool
my
one
life
for
that
me.
might be judged, so it's one of those questions of what part are you gonna end up in? Because they say your whole life is judged. What about different ones too? You have Greek mythology, you have um, whatchamacallit, you have like, isn't there like Chinese religion with Buddha and a whole bunch of different gods? And then you have like Indian religion. You have,
To see my bro and tell him. See told ya I'd live the longest rolling on the floor laughing.
huh?
Personally I'll take Valhalla.
You take Valhalla. I don't know which one. One thing that always bugged me though was my mom told me that when she was younger, my grandfather said to her that his theory was that um, if there is a heaven and a hell, um, we've already gone through the earth process in our past lives and that this is actually hell because of how much bad is in the world. This is the grandfather that had the minister as a wife too.
Now that it's so deep. I see revolutions in the Bible just looking around.
Well, it's not really, it's more of, I mean, the Bible always talks about how the devil is like a trickster Like it makes you believe things that make you commit sin. And then for how much evil's in the world, makes you wonder, like, that book you're reading on good and evil, was it actually written by the reality of being on Earth, or is it like where and how this is just all manipulation? But whose hell? But then you think to yourself, but whose hell are we in then? Because that doesn't make sense, right? Because hell's supposed to be an individual person's experience. So whose hell are we in? If that were the thing, that's my debunking question about it. Wouldn't the simulation end if you came up with that theory and that idea, though? You know what I mean?
I swear the devil is a job God gave an angel. If it's true, because he asked angels like the freedom of unpredictability.
Yeah, but I still don't believe in all that stuff. Like, there can't be a heaven and a hell and a soul and another side and a guy that made everything and a guy that runs the underworld. It just doesn't. Like you and the Greek fire, where's the physical proof other than a book? Other than the common arguments of like, oh well, this is the spear that pierced Jesus. It's like, okay, but how do you even know that Jesus was the Son of God? How do you even know? How do you even know? You're going based off of like literally everything that is to do with the Bible is going based off of um written experience. Know what I'm trying to say? Like it's this guy just shows up and says that he's Jesus. I'm the son of the guy that created this whole solar system, universe, planet, whatever, this whole existence. It doesn't make sense. Like anybody could have walked up and said that. Anybody could have written that this has happened and it didn't actually happen. Anybody can come up with a cloth and say that it was the cloth. Anybody can come up with a spear tip and say it was a spear tip, you know? A couple thousand years ago, somebody could have said that they seen a dragon that was spitting Greek fire. And then now here we have, there used to be dragons that spit Greek fire because somebody wrote about it. You know? I don't know. Okay. The Bible, I think it's just a load of shit. I think everything in it is a load of shit. It's all just made up. We're just here, man.
Not like the Greek fire. How can you believe in Maya's lived when all the evidence is there but not them? Different from Santa or God.
The Mayans, because there's actual there's physical evidence of the buildings that they built and everything. So I ask you this then, where's Olympus? Right? Wasn't there like the floating city of Olympus for the Greek mythology?
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's not really the same thing as the Greek fire painting.
The physical evidence is there but not the fire.
Yeah, but so that goes saying there's still a lot of theories saying that the Mayans are just actually native tribes that moved on. That moved on from where they were down there. Maybe they got the dates wrong on when the people lived there. Maybe, who knows? There could have been like some kind of weird fucking disease or something. They all just wanted to leave, and they thought that that was in the time of where they thought of curses and shit. There could have been like some kind of weird ass story of a curse, and everybody just abandoned it and left because they believed that somebody said it was cursed. But we don't know because it wasn't described anyway. But those buildings are there. Someone lived there, right? That's not deniable truth. So, like, it's not deniable truth that the Greeks had, like, a certain type of fire, but there's no proof saying that it wasn't actually just napalm or something. There's nobody to say it wasn't napalm. There's nothing to say that it wasn't napalm.
I believe they lived because of the physical proof, not just because some one guy wrote it. That's a Christian POV.
A Christian POV? What's a Christian POV? Oh, like the believing it that it exists because somebody wrote it in a book, and that the physical evidence. But there's no physical evidence saying that the Mayans didn't just move on, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, they disappeared, apparently, but that's just one of those things where they could have moved on. The native tribes that lived in North America and Canada area.
Just gotta believe is religious.
Yeah, like there was no doubt Mayans, but it doesn't exactly mean that they completely just disappeared. Because, like, again, like you were saying with Black history and Native history, how the colonization made you lose history. For all we know, like Mayan people could have been African people. Mayan people could have been Native people. We don't really know that because, I mean, a lot of stuff was erased from history. Could be something that ties them somewhere along the lines, you know what I mean? Mayan people could have even been Egyptian people. I mean, Mayan temples, they have like a kind of a similar resemblance to pyramids, right? They're like the same shape almost, just like a bit of a different design. You got all the stairways and everything, and but I mean, a big square that comes up to a peak, kind of along the same lines of shape as a pyramid. Temple kind of resembles a pyramid just without a point on the top.
Me
Who
seeing this
knows?
not as fact because of my own personal recollection of facts. I'm not saying you're wrong at all.
No, I know. And like all my talk is just theory. Like I'm just saying that there's a theory and a possibility for everything. There's a possibility for it to be that your Greek fire is napalm, right? There's a possibility that there could have been Greek fire, but more stuff is saying that it's something else. And it's just miscommunication because of an overtime of, like we keep saying, we lose history. Everybody loses history over time. So, I mean, who knows? It could just be a miscommunication thing, and Greek fire could be something that we have now. And you gotta think too, certain things like how there's people that are like decrypting the Egyptian ciphers and stuff like that are on the walls in the Egyptian pyramids. Like somebody had to sit there and learn and try and decode it. Who's to say that they're actually decoding it right? You know, like we're going off of their version of how they decoded it. So it could just be even miscommunication. Like sure, the Greeks had some kind of fire weapon, but I mean, I don't know, Peg King. I'm just trying to say that there's a chance there is miscommunication and it's actually something that we have. Just like the dinosaurs having scales, and then all of a sudden people are saying dinosaurs have feathers, and just like the center of our solar system was Earth, but then we go and find out that the center of the solar system is actually the sun. So, like, there's just a possibility for anything, really. Here you have religion telling you that humans are the only civilization, blah blah blah, and then now that religion is saying that humans come from a god, and then now you have all this conspiracy. Apparently, the government is admitting to there being UFOs and aliens. Okay, well they can't coincide. So, are we about to witness?
3I Atlas wasn't an alien, but it did prove we didn't know everything about physics. Not wrong, but we just didn't know.
Yeah, so like I don't know, man. It's like it's just one of those things where like you can't communicate. You can't communicate with people that lived thousands of years ago to ask them more questions about Greek fire. That's all I'm trying to say. Like all we know about Greek fire is from documents and your physical evidence of the machine, you know, and the physical evidence of the residue that you was talking about with the chemicals. But like there's nobody that's still alive that you can talk to ask questions about it that was around when that happened. So you're only going when I say the term they're going based off of someone's written description. I mean, you got to think like they're going off of written documents from someone that was alive hundreds of years ago, like history that was recorded hundreds of years ago, and being discovered by people that weren't alive then, and claiming to know everything about the discovery, even though they weren't around. They can't figure out what the residue is, but everything else they say is completely true, 100%. Take their word for it, right? Exact word for word how the events went down. There's residue there. It was there. I don't know what the residue is, but take my word on everything else. Like that just doesn't sit well with me. So it's always, my brain's always saying, okay, well, there's a possibility that something else is happening here. How do you know that's a residue? How do you know that's not just a buildup of something, of some kind of fucking chemical reaction of whatever they used is sitting there over time for
They say
400
stay
years,
alert at the end of every other sentence.
Yeah, well, they always say, and at the beginning, they always say my theory. And at the end, so yeah, everything's a kind of guilty until proven innocent, right, Peking? So that kind of applies to everything. It's true until proven wrong. So that's the truth until something says, "Hey, it was actually this way." Just like the solar system, people believing Earth was the center of our solar system, and then science proves that no, the sun is the center. So I don't know. I think you just gotta wait, let time tell, let more
No
scientists.
theory scales or feathers.
Yeah, like you just gotta let time play itself out and see if some scientists actually figure out the whole thing, the whole story behind the Greek fire thing to determine if it was actually some uh crazy ass weapon or if it was just a miscommunication. That's all I'm trying to say. The what ifs.
Amazing that we can't. Even though we are way way more advanced, I was simply amazed.
It's wicked, yeah, and I don't know. There's a lot of unexplainable shit, Peking, but everything has an explanation. We just don't have the full truth. Oh, okay. Time is it? 9:26. I'm gonna go grab a monster, Peking.
At the
Give me one
brilliance
sec.
you never know no matter the age. Okay.
The parasite, Peking. They eat the monster. What do you think, Perry King? Like, in your personal opinion, out of all the things that you've seen, um, do you believe, like, I mean, do you believe the whole science thing? Like, I don't know. Do you think dinosaurs were millions of years ago? Like, do you believe the science behind it? Because it's just, like, I want to believe it. It's just the idea to grasp millions of years ago and how, like, they're finding these dinosaur bones just makes you wonder, like, how has it been sitting there for millions of years? How was dinosaurs millions of years ago, but humans has only been a few thousand, like 10,000 years? What they have, the earliest thing for civilization is about 10,000 years ago, no? Where they found like the hunting tools and that of people hunting mammoths. But then it's like, okay, so if we found stuff like dinosaur bones, how is there nothing in between the layers
Fellow
of?
nerd and one who loves fossils, yes. Because of evolution. Science is my only real belief.
It's just like one of those things where I question, like, how is there not really much in between the layers of dinosaur bone and the surface, like, as to do with history? Especially when we're talking about millions of years, okay? So, like, that's like millions of years of dust flying around, that's millions of years of trees growing and dying over and over again, creating those layers of decomposition, which like eventually turns into dirt, right? So I mean, like all the plants and everything growing and dying and growing and dying and growing and dying for millions and millions of years. Like, wouldn't there be like thousands and thousands of layers of dirt in between the dinosaur bones and the surface? Like, wouldn't the dinosaur bones be like miles in the earth? Because you got to think, like, over time, over years, stuff grows and it just stacks on top of each other over time. There was nobody mowing lawns millions of years ago. There was nobody cutting trees down. So you got to think about all those trees and plants were growing and then seasons, the leaves falling, the leaves all falling.
Mainly found in stone, rarely dirt.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, I don't know. You just try and grasp millions of years. Think about how much you've seen. I don't know if you've seen any like trees or anything around, if you've been anywhere for like 10, 15 years. But think about the amount of leaves and everything that come off of those trees. And then try and grasp the reality of how big the earth actually is. And then how many trees were on the earth over those millions of years. And the decomposition that took place. Like, wouldn't there be thousands and thousands and thousands of feet, miles, kilometers of Earth? It's millions of years, Peking. Millions. Like, that's not like 2026. Like, that's a high number, but that's not like millions. You see my theory here, though? What I'm trying to say? You're telling me, like, earthquakes and volcanoes dealt with all of that though? Millions of years of plant growth.
Very true, but sea level plays a part in the sea itself.
Yeah, I guess. I always kind of wonder though, like I don't really understand sea level because there's only a certain amount of water on the planet. So like where is it all going and coming back from is my question. I kind of want to say that clouds have a big impact on sea level. Like how warm the earth gets, I feel like it creates way more clouds, which is then taking away sea level, causing more storms and shit. I'm not a weather scientist though, and I haven't really seen much on weather science. I just know the
Changes my
basics
story
like
so hot because it's so low it's unlivable by most animals. It used to be a sea.
okay. Also makes you wonder how these people figure these things out. Because if you think about it, that's one of those things where there's nothing written about it. There's just the physical evidence and there's scientific tests and theories
Everyone
as
knows
to
where
what
the
shit
continent
was
is
like.
on top of a mountain. The sea floor is a part of the beach, a part of the land you're on. It all goes down.
Like one big giant fucking shoreline.
Under the sand you'll hit stone. That stone can span from the middle of the sea to the tip of Everest.
Okay. Oh man, another giant cave over here.
If a sea disappears, it will look like the Grand Canyon mountains all around.
Nice.
Way bigger, of course.
How do you make concrete in this game?
The sea level is partly decided by the sky, but most the Earth's rotation and the moon.
I knew about the moon thing though, with
Gravel and sand, I
the
think.
tide, gravel and sand. Holy.
Sea level also tells us why some places flood and others don't. If you below it floods a lot and above won't have the problem. Rivers included.
Okay.
Sorry, I was about to start nerding out. The chat rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Teaching everybody about the sea levels and rivers and how to make new Grand Canyons.
It is crazy about the fossils though. Almost designed so. I'm not saying it to be fact, I just believe it. It's all just what I'm recalling at the end.
What do you mean about the fossils? Like the couple hundred years for fossils?
Yes, it's hard to believe the facts when a D is behind the ear rolling on the floor laughing. All the facts at least.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. But I don't know. I seen it in like a weird documentary where they were talking about fossils and different things.
My response is what you said. So you gonna just believe someone guy's notes like he was there when the fossil began to fossilize? Rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, but we're also gonna believe scientists saying that fossils are millions of years old, though, based off of their theories and their tests and the devices that they built to measure how old something is, like carbon dating. It's like an endless cycle going around in circles of believing what other people say. The science that we have now is telling us that that's what it is, but we're believing the science of somebody saying that that's right.
Poking fun, I know what you meant and sorry.
Fucker. Whatever, Fairy King. Trying to pick a fight. I get it. You did say we're in Fight Club. I mean, I also look at things too, like I just said in that statement of like we're taking people's words with devices that other people created. So like we're just basically believing them and saying that the ones and zeros are lining up this way, so that means that that's a million years old because the ones and zeros on this device say it. Because there was no one around a million years ago to document or confirm that these dinosaurs were around a million years ago, but my device of ones and zeros that was created by mankind is telling me that millions of years ago these things were around. The same type of device that you hold in your hand with ones and zeros that bugs out when the internet isn't connected right. Right? Created by somebody with a whole bunch of digital ones and zeros to create code to get it to do what you want it to do. Just like all these carbon dating machines created by ones and zeros.
Crying face Noms bitch has Bill Nye way of thinking. This bitch ass guy is Sherlock Holmes.
This bitch ass guy, Sherlock Holmes. That's all, but you know what? Do you see what I'm trying to say though? Like everything, every scientific thing that you are being told about is based off of somebody else by somebody's ones and zeros, and we're just hoping that their math is correct. We're taking their word that their math is correct with these devices that tell us these things like carbon dating.
Yes, a lack of evidence isn't evidence that all unknowns are known and vice versa.
Well, I'm just saying that everything's created by something. It doesn't mean that it's true. There's a possibility for everything to be debunked. No, but another the example of the solar system and the Earth thing, like when I say that about that, like how they thought that the Earth was the center of the solar system, like I mean like the world's top scientists thought that the world, like that Earth was the center of the solar system. The world's top scientists at that time and era,
Except for math, of course,
right?
only fact.
Yeah, but like back, what I'm trying to say though is in their time and era, they thought that it was legit. Like their science had told them that Earth was the center. So all I'm trying to say is like right now, our science is telling us one thing, but it could like future science could say another thing. Just like you were saying with the 3AI Atlas.
Telling us we are being lead by the sun to an unknown place, rolling on the floor laughing.
That's what I mean. So like there's probably gonna be some kind of weird fucking science coming out saying that the sun isn't actually moving us to some weird place. And I don't fucking know, Pay King. You know what I'm trying to say? Everything changes. Like there's just right now it's telling you one thing, but tomorrow it could be something completely different. Fucking lava everywhere, Pay King. It was that giant ass fucking thing of lava. That was huge.
I 100% get you. When things are ever changing, why not the facts as well?
Yeah, I don't know, Pig. If you haven't noticed by now, I'm kind of like a question everything kind of person. Either ask everything or don't ask anything at all. But if you're gonna ask everything, make sure you ask everything. Make sure you think of every possible outcome, every way, every question, every fucking fail safe, every possible way it can go wrong. I am gonna ask about it. Question fucking everything, Pay King.
Why and how the same two words, my real stress rolling on the floor laughing.
You're real stress.
I don't mind it because it's fascinating. Cure to my fear. The more we know, the less scary. Excluding everything outer space though. Even more still fascinating.
Yeah, it's kind of cool learning everything, I guess.
What? Wasn't we just talking about stuck-up know-it-all old people? How did we get here rolling on the floor laughing loudly crying face?
It happens, man. It's what happens when we get all baked and we start talking about weird shit. Look what my OCD did to us. It was said that you were gonna take out the dark side, not join them.
I hate you.
I am your father.
Love that one, my favorite.
The thing I just said there, that was definitely a good movie. Star Wars was good. I I wasn't as interested in it as I should have been, but I did watch it. I gave it all a go at least once. Oh, got another amethyst deposit. Let's go.
Yes, Revenge of the Sith. They followed up a few years back filling in the gaps Obi-Wan TV show.
Yeah, I don't know. There was too much to stay interested in it. Like, they had so many different movies going along. Like, you had to, like, really watch them all and pay attention to what was being said to keep the storylines together. Like, I feel like that's why, like, there is a lot of people that are interested in Star Wars, but I don't know. I just feel like the people that didn't get into it is because there was just so much to learn. So many different characters, so many different
It was so sad I cried.
factions. We wanted to take out the source of the water.
It showed what Obi-Wan did after their fight when Anakin switched sides. Shows what Vader does as well.
One sec, I think I missed that. Okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. Like the history in between the older Star Wars and then that Star Wars, like between in the timeline.
Yes.
Nice. Almost there, everything. Almost there.
The door was moving like an absolute tank in the show. Straight badass.
Was he? Yeah. Nice. What is going on here? Why can't I get out of here?
Why you enacting the Vidor scene?
Oh my god, hey King, like I can't get out of here. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Holy fuck, man. Wow, I came from over there all the way to over here. Jesus. That's craziness. All because of this stupid fucking water source. One little fucking square ruined my whole day. I dropped in over there. I dropped into that over here and I just fucking somehow blindly swam all the way over to here. That is a huge ass lava pit for no reason.
Bro, you're more tanky than Vader made his lava bat look cold, rolling on the floor laughing while your crying face.
Dude, I was stressing out too. It's all I hear is tink, 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 tink. Like, that's a lot of lava.
Hell torture chamber down there.
Literally. It doesn't end too.
Bro, I felt your blood pressure rising. Thought you was about to crash out for a second, rolling on the floor laughing.
Ha, I was ready. Because you can't teleport while you're fucking getting hit. And I'm like, man, like, I'm like going up. I'm trying to break the top. Like, you can't tell which way's up and down when you're dying from lava. I don't know if I'm flying. Am I in fly mode? I'm like double jumping, trying to fly. I start trying to break the top. I'm wondering why the top's not breaking. Well, guess what? It's because it's obsidian and got flowing water on top of it. So every time you break it, it's just getting replaced. Like, it's nice. Then I was like, okay, I guess I gotta try to go left or right and find a wall and blast my way through the wall. And that's when I found the gravel. I really don't know how I'm gonna get rid of all that. I'm gonna have to pick up all this sand here.
Let's not swim in lava again, rolling on the floor laughing. Nom and his bitch has jacuzzi.
Yeah, really. Lava jacuzzi. Hot spring.
That didn't feel very good. Not me, the parasite said that.
Huh? Oh, would you look at that? Some more lava.
Now my question is, how did you survive that? Slow answer carefully, you might get reported depending on your answer. Rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah. There's the fucking badass armor. That orbit armor is crazy.
As long as it's not punching the lava and repeating teabagging the lava like some GTA cheat rolling on the floor laughing.
Like when I teabagged the robot in Arc Raiders.
You started something they was so ready to finish in Arc Raiders rolling on the floor laughing loudly crying face.
I know. They were pissed. I swear. They were pissed. Robots were like, yeah, you think so, eh?
Now they had a point to prove from then on.
They did, they did.
Since you want a teabag, all you get is car batteries and cheddars now. Enjoy rolling on the floor laughing.
Literally, I know. Yeah, I know, that was rough. Especially the aggressiveness, too, afterwards. It's gonna take forever, Pelican.
I wonder why your slime chump hasn't spawned a slime yet.
Because there's nothing, I need to put a platform over there for them to spawn on. I don't think anything can spawn on bedrock in here.
Is the gravel clearing the lava?
Yeah, because it's taking up the solid block. Like it's taking up the space that the lava's in.
Love it.
It's a lot easier than trying to like turn it all into obsidian and mining it all and picking it all up with buckets.
Gonna start doing this in the nether. W-Tech.
W-Tech. Yeah, because like watch, look, if I drop the sand, it's gonna go down until it reaches the bottom. Of course, on the final stretch, I get like a giant lava pool. I haven't had like a big ass lava pool like this. Well, I kind of did. Over in this corner, there's one too. Right here underneath all this obsidian, it's like a big ass lava chunk. It's crazy to think how much I've cleared out though. Especially the game's like getting to the render zone over there. What do you think be the server's biggest galaxy floor? That's why I was asking how you make concrete.
That would be amazing.
I don't know how big the server's biggest galaxy floor is, though. Like, what if someone has a bigger one? Then I'm gonna look stupid saying I got the biggest one.
I saw an old video of someone putting down different blocks to make the stars in the night sky.
Okay, that sounds different.
Is he made them exactly, it looked exactly the same. Haven't seen anyone do it yet.
Okay, that sounds different.
Have you seen seeing the Verity mods for this game? Such a dope mod.
No, I don't think so.
Verity is a yellow smiley face that knows everything, inside and out of the game. So people ask about diamonds and village locations.
Okay.
Until strange things start happening and everything goes to hell.
Uh-oh.
Whole villages start going missing and he constantly tells you the pointless.
Damn.
Next time I see one I'll send to you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, 'cause I haven't seen anything like that.
What's in your pocket right now? Is my entire bank account total loudly crying face?
What? What, the 689,000? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
That's funny. Oh, yeah.
I saw a pickaxe with 1,000 uses and it would leave me broken as fuck rolling on the floor laughing loudly crying face.
Huh? You gotta read them too before you buy them. Be careful. Make sure you're not buying a 3x3.
Damn, this is looking awesome, Jam. Nonamsland.
Damn. Oh, damn, boy.
He is putting in work. Hi, Jenny. Like a badass.
Like a badass.
Heo Perry King.
Ayo. 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 Oh, oh. Oh. My brother, we must remain focused.
Telling Nom what round is. Some people don't know that, believe it or not. No distractions.
No distraction.
Round us?
I think he's talking about back when he was trying to. When I was playing Arc Raiders, I was looking for this thing, and he's like, "Oh, I know what that thing is. It's this round thing on the ground." And then there was actually like a big ass oval, and I was looking around for a round thing, like, everywhere for a circle, not an oval, a circle. I was looking for a circle everywhere, but no. The king had me looking for the round thing, and it was a fucking oval. I ran past like 5 of them too. I'm like, there's no circles around here.
Circle versus oval shapes are difficult.
Yeah. Rough out here.
Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
Fucking rough out here.
It was a simple mistake.
It's a simple mistake. One that will be remembered throughout history. Could have happened to anyone. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Except it happened to Perry King.
Rolling on the floor, laughing exactly, bro. Just forget about it.
Just forget about it. You brought it up. I didn't say nothing about circles and ovals. Feels like you don't want to forget about it, Perry King.
He'll never forget how you made a fool out of me. To wireless.
I'll never let it down. I was like, we've been sitting here talking. We've been sitting here talking for like, I don't know. It was like a 2 hour long talk. Okay. So like I started when I came down here. You what?
Hours.
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 Well, when I started down here, I was like about here in this room. Okay. And then like we just kept talking and I just kept clearing and clearing and clearing and clearing. And then I think I got to like over here in this room and I was like, holy shit, like that went by fast. Just fucking cleared everything. And he was like, damn, Nam's OCD got the best of me and lured me in. And I started laughing and I brought up the Star Wars quote of it was said you were gonna destroy the Sith, not destroy it. Or not join it. And then he was like laughing because I got him to join my OCD fucking power clear the basement.
Hell yeah. Not gonna lie, I've been on the stream a very long time, so.
You what?
I've been on the stream a very long time, so.
Oh shit.
That.
We're busted, Perry King!
I may or may not have seen Perry King's comments about Vader, and I was like, what is happening here? But I was in the zone, so I have no idea what was happening.
Yeah, Perry King was going all Star Wars nerd on us.
It's understandable, it's fair.
He was nerding.
I mean, you pulled a mannequin, you got rid of all the sand.
I guess. Then he was about to go on about weather. About weather, yeah. And then, well, we've actually been through a couple conversations. Like, we started off with grumpy old people, and then we were at like talking about Greek fire, and then we were talking about religions, and then we were talking about a whole bunch of like we've been through every topic of life. I think today, Perry King. We talked about the sea, we talked about the earth, we talked about space, we talked about movies, we talked about everything but the game. Everything but the game. I think the only question I've asked about the game is how do you make concrete? And he's like, I think gravel or sand. And then it was, man, I was talking about how there's been some scientists saying that dinosaurs could have had feathers instead of scales. And then he's like, it's pretty crazy about the dinosaurs and scales thing, like right after the concrete thing. So then the concrete game question was just gone.
It's the best.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs appear. Concrete way down.
It's been a ride.
I mean, you had a lot of progress, so that's like badass.
The hole?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. We're almost there. I'm at the end of my claimed area over here. This is the last little bit I need to do for all of my owned area. Kind of. I got like a whole chunk I can clear out on the left here, but that's a lot of work. Like another 16 blocks that way. On that whole wall there.
Yeah.
Is a lot. So I'm just gonna stick with this rectangle I have here and call it.
Nice.
I don't even know what I'm gonna do with it all yet.
To be determined.
To be determined. I was thinking about making like a giant galaxy floor,
Let's see.
but I don't know. Because that would be a lot of work. That's why I asked about how to make concrete. Does it need black concrete? I know, yeah, I know. So we need black concrete, and I would have to layer the whole floor with black concrete and all 4 walls with black concrete. Which this room is.
A lot of black concrete, but
I know.
it
is. I'm pretty sure I did the math yesterday. 75 blocks tall. And now we're at. It was 26. $136. So 110 blocks long. So 75 blocks tall, 110 blocks long, and then we'll call it 80 and 35.
55. No, 45.
Yeah, well, 44. It was 79. I just rounded it to 80. So 44 blocks by 110 blocks by 75 blocks. 363,000 blocks. It closed the camera because I have the YouTube as a bubble. I can't have 2 bubbles.
Oh, you're good.
300,000 blocks. Or was that perimeter? I guess that'd be perimeter. So 110 times 75, and then 44 times 75, and then that number times 2, like both of those numbers times 2, that would give me the amount that I need to cover all the walls. And then I would need to cover the floor. The night vision's running out. There's still more lava.
With lava.
Yep. This was huge, babe. It was like, man, I'd say it was like 30 blocks long and like 15 blocks wide. It was actually pretty, there was a lot of lava. And then it was like 5 or 6 blocks deep. That's what I'm picking up all this gravel for, because I filled it all in with gravel.
Yeah, that's your lava prevention. Got it. Oh, there it is again.
Yep. There's probably another couple frickin' dots in there somewhere. I'm glad that's over with, though. That took a while. That was a good, like, 30, 40 minutes of dealing with all that lava.
Jeez.
I know. There was a lot of lava. I think I put, like, 15 stacks of 64 pieces of gravel into the lava.
Are you blocking that up?
You got a what? Because it's not mine. That, like, goes into the other person's area.
Ooh.
I don't want to leave like any open holes for people to get in here. So
Makes
like I've
sense.
been like where you see all these weird colors is where I've placed. Is this another amethyst deposit? I can't break it because it's part of Buddy's there. Yeah. Yeah, I've been filling like all the little holes that I see. So that way there's not shit like coming in here. It's all one big flat wall. And here's my stairway to go up to my area. And this way is towards Perry King and towards my other owned land. So I wasn't really worried about covering these sides, but I was still covering them.
Gotcha.
The worst part is these caves, these green caves, because I can't break the green block with my French pickaxe, the pickaxe I've been like clearing out big spots with.
Right.
It only breaks blocks. It won't break the moss block.
Oh, that's annoying.
So I have to, and like there's no like specific tool to be used on these green blocks. So it's annoying because I gotta break them all with like my hand or a shovel, and it takes forever. And here's some more lava.
And water.
Yay. Takes forever to go down, and then I don't know if there's other spots.
True. More lava.
My favorite. Man, you told me there's another cave there I gotta cover. That sucks.
Uh,
It is up here. Takes forever.
that lava on top of it. Oh,
Is it what?
there, man. Come on.
The water or the lava?
Lava.
I got both now.
Yeah.
This sucks.
It used to be a C. Could have
Oh
been
man,
one.
the chat glitched out.
Rolling on the floor laughing exactly, bro.
That's a lot of
Just
chat to
forget
go
about it.
through.
He'll never forget how you made a fool out of me. To wireless. Classic nom rolling on the floor laughing.
Did it just start reading old messages?
What's that?
Did it read old messages?
Yeah, it's gonna repeat all the messages. Well, it's not gonna start saying them all, but now every time when someone comments something new, it's gonna show me all the older messages until it gets all the way to the newest message. Because the chat glitches out.
Damn, skeleton came out of nowhere.
I don't know. He spawned up top. Nothing. It's cool though, because nothing can spawn on the bedrock. I guess
Every big
because
country or continent is on top of a mountain. Rolling on the floor laughing exactly, bro. Just forget about it.
my
He'll
goodness,
never forget how you
it's
made a
not gonna
fool
let
out
me
of
have the
me.
stream and the
To
Chrome
wireless.
open.
Classic nom rolling on the floor
You
laughing.
can close it if you, the
What
call
the
if you
chat
need to.
just said. And don't forget it.
Did it just repeat it again? I'm gonna have to restart the stream. What the chat just said, and don't forget it. What? About it keeps repeating the same thing about him saying how Nam made a fool of me and I'll never forget it. It said it like twice now in the past 5 minutes. Nam made a
I was
fool of me to
cracking
wireless and I'll never forget it.
You're funny.
If it says it one more time, I'm gonna restart it. That's funny. Sam made a fool of me once to wireless, and I'll never forget it. I guess the chat's never gonna forget it either, Perry King. The AI chat lady feels bad for you. Maybe you should ask her, what is the shape of a circle?
Yeah.
Is the circle round or is it oval? Are you gonna go all Yoda on me and say it depends on what way you look at it from? Circle you see, oval you'll be.
Another skeleton.
Oh, again, I don't know, man.
At least he fell in the water.
You got a what?
At least he fell in the water.
Yeah. These bubbles don't want to work together.
Huh?
I don't know why. It's just the YouTube thing screwing with the thing lately.
Yeah. Oh, surprise.
That's my favorite. It's almost like a birthday present. It's gonna suck wearing these little beads, though. you just motherfucker the lava?
Yes, that pissed me off.
You?
Damn lava vacuum.
Nice. More water. Oh, look at that. Another lava spot, too. Lava lit. Why are you laughing?
It just like backed up and you're like, oh, water.
Well, I thought I dealt with that fucking water, and I look up, and of course there's another source block under it, right? You just can't go back up and fucking deal with it again. Like, this lava's still not done going away. I got this one. This is like a big patch, I think.
The different ones. Yeah.
There's more here. Or, fucking assholes.
Yep. And more to your right.
Whoever's idea it was for me to start playing this game is a very bad person. I blame it on wireless.
Are you blaming him because he's not here to defend himself?
Yeah. And because he showed up and asked me and Perry King to join and play Minecraft, and then now he's nowhere to be seen. He's like, here, stress yourself out. I'm out. Enjoy the lava, he says, and then dips.
Yeah, fuck wireless. But only
Yeah.
behind his back, of course.
Pause.
Oh, look at that. More lava. You good?
Yeah, it's just itchy.
Oh, shit. Nobody said any jokes, but we got people laughing. There's just caves and lava everywhere. I just can't win. I need to roll a joint. I think Perry King would agree with me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think that would also help you. Agreed.
You what?
I think that.
After arguing about it for 10 minutes with Bai, everyone knows the green jelly beans are the best. And with the cheers nom I'm about to roll.
After everyone arguing about it for 10 minutes with Bay, everyone knows the green jelly beans are the best. And with that, cheers, Nam. I'm about to roll up too. Are you sure you didn't already just roll up? Because where the fuck did the green jelly beans come from, Bay King? And who is Bay?
And who won the argument?
And who won the argument? Jenny wants to know. Give us the tea, Barry. Give us the tea. Oh. Chill, chill.
No chill.
Well, I'm doing the dishes because her and the kicked won by vote loudly crying face.
Got voted out.
Damn, man. That's rough.
Outvoted in it.
I would have said, you think this is a democracy?
You want to get outvoted too, bro?
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. You're right. This is not a democracy. I'm sorry.
And don't worry about where they came from, you guys just need to vote with me loudly crying face.
Is the green jelly beans like watermelon or like apple?
Is the green jelly beans like watermelon or apple, Perry King? No stereotype whatsoever if you say watermelon, okay?
He's gonna be like, it's green, guys.
It's great.
Wait, what's the best belly bean? And I'm judging.
Wait, what's the best belly bean? And I'm judging hard. Whoa, chill, Perry King.
I can't put my answer otherwise.
You said that the best jelly bean was green.
Green. Good answer, good answer.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Green.
Lover your answer, but in your heart you're lying.
Love it.
So what flavor is green bean?
What flavor is green, huh, Jenny?
I got this. I will pass the test.
Green flavored herb.
Green flavored. Couldn't be lime or anything.
Oh, that's what it is. Lime. The only green fruit I could think was kiwi, and I was like,
Was like apple or watermelon.
Damn, that's a good answer. You pass.
yeah,
Oh shit.
told you I got this.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Party popper.
Party popper. Perry King tried to spell Oompa Loompa earlier, but he spelled it Umpa Lumpa.
No
And
wonder
even the
that's
chat was like Umpa Lumpa.
Never
And then I was like, oh, you almost had it, Perry King. I said, turn it to, it's pink, you know. I don't know. I kind of always figured that all jelly beans kind of tasted the same. I
You
think
just
that
haven't had the right jelly bean yet.
the what?
You just haven't had the right kind of jelly beans yet. They do not taste the
I
same.
guess I've had a lot of jelly beans, so I don't know. Maybe. I just think they're all the same taste.
Oh, because some of them are like cinnamon.
You dare bring
What,
it
like
up.
Jelly Belly?
And wrong you fail.
You talking about Jelly Belly jelly beans? Because to have a cinnamon jelly bean, you have to
How
be
can
with
you
the
not
Jelly
cry in
Belly.
face?
Cinnamon's the worst.
How could you? I don't know.
Answer or else.
I would have to say if it's Jelly Belly and you get like all the fancy flavors, I'm going with
Can't believe I
watermelon.
trusted you.
I can't believe I trusted you. The taste is just a figment of your imagination, Perry King. It's all been a lie.
Wow.
Believe nothing, question everything.
Now you should always question myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your word.
You really hurt Perry King with that.
I got what?
You really hurt Perry King with that.
I did. I'll get over it. He's a big boy.
No, it's not. You're just a liar. I get it. You're just another yellow jelly bean lover.
Another yellow jelly bean lover?
Not getting over it.
The yellow one tastes just like all the other ones, Perry King. They're not like Juju. Oh, well, actually, I think Juju's is the same thing until it comes to the licorice one. I'll admit that the licorice jelly bean tastes like licorice, but the rest of them, they're all jelly bean flavor.
You're a bad man.
You're a bad man. Your jelly bean preference defines you as a person. Almost. I think I'm gonna cut through this deposit though and build the wall.
You know what? You're doing the dishes. Get in the kitchen now.
No. It was already voted that you had to do the dishes. Nice try, Perry King. You can't pass your job on me. I'll tell you what, though. I got it next time, okay? No vote needed.
You and your logic, you sound like her. I see how it is. You're all against me. I'm all alone. Except Jenny. But alone, loudly crying face.
Jenny's got your back.
Why'd you have to say what I was typing as I was typing it?
I got your
That's so
back.
creepy. How are you inside my brain?
I just knew you were gonna say something like that. How did you know? The fuck was that? Did a spider just drop in front of me and die?
Yes.
I was so confused. What the fuck just happened? It did too.
Good, I saw it.
Why though? Because they got nowhere else to spawn?
I guess.
Come on, fucker. Stop going over in the
This
corner!
is my spirit animal. Jenny, I forgive for stealing my first twice.
Jenny, I forget. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What did I steal?
What did I? Yeah, I was like, what did she steal? And then I was like, oh, when he comes in and says first.
Don't let it happen again. Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Don't let it get to your head.
So I tried to do that earlier.
I tried to do that earlier.
But I was in an old video
They
of
gotta
a
get
crying
better.
face.
Were you?
Yes. I opened YouTube and it's like live. So I click it. And I'm like, no comments. So I'm like, oh, first. And then I noticed
Rolling on the
it's
floor
not live.
laughing, crying face.
Yeah, she won up to you in the past, Pay King. You weren't even there for the stream, and she showed up and still showed up to par. I don't see you going back to old streams that nobody commented on saying first. You should apologize to Jenny too, because she had to listen all about. Hey, she had to listen all about all my farms the last couple of days because my homie wouldn't show up. So she endured the pain of listening about my farms and my golems and everything. Yeah. Imagine how much I was talking because, nobody else showed up until 10:30 at night when Jenny got on call with me because, fucking Perry King's dying from a parasite. Fuck.
How you gonna
Yeah.
just let it go straight to your head and one up me like that?
How you gonna let it go straight to your head? How, Jenny? How are you gonna let it go straight to your head? She patiently sat through all my fucking Iron Golem talks, Bay King. All because you wouldn't show up. You didn't live up to par. She just kept she kept encouraging me too. I felt like a little kid explaining to his mom what he did at school that day. Wow, honey, that's great, honey. Thinking I could beat you to Nam's stream.
Wow, great job,
Yeah.
honey.
Wow, great job, honey.
I don't think I ever said that
Rolling on
exactly.
the floor laughing,
Yeah.
crying face.
I was all like, look, I started digging out this hole. Wow, great job. Keep it up, buddy. You're doing great.
That's so wild.
That's so wild. Yeah, that's so wild.
She did not pull the number one girlfriend card. You take it back.
You take it back.
Lovely crying face.
You take it back. Uno reverse. Uno reverso.
I did what I had to do.
She took one for the team, Perry King. She took one for the team.
Poor Nom had to tell me all the things and I don't understand it. Grinning face we sweat. Rolling on the floor.
I get it. Just smile and nod, boys. Just smile and nod.
There was a lot of, oh, I understand now. I'm following it.
Yeah. Oh.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Talk to me.
Hello from Sugar. Give me back the time you stole.
How's it going, Sodor?
Jeez.
Give me back the time you stole.
Can you believe the fat controller made me pull cars today?
The fat controller made you pull cars today. Damn, that's rough.
Well, do split custody of Nom.
Split custody, thanks. I'm glad you guys didn't go to the extent to go into court, make me stand in front of everybody.
Maybe supervised visits.
I know, it's Perry King we gotta worry about.
I should be pulling coaches so people can admire my lovely red paint.
Yeah, you go tell them. We're gonna start a union for you.
You heard it, Nom. Rules are rules. Rolling on the floor, laughing loudly, crying face.
Rules are rules.
Whoever gets Nom to understand that green is the best jelly bean gets this weekend.
You guys didn't eat jelly beans. You're so hooked on the freaking jelly beans.
It's not my fault you said they all taste the same. They don't.
I don't know. They do all taste the same.
I don't even like jelly beans that much.
Listen, I don't know what else to tell you guys, okay? It's not my
Also,
fault
when
that
he
you've
was
been
on the floor
tricked
with
into the
blue hair
sorcery.
today, then he started rapping. It was weird.
And he started rapping? Yeah, that is kind of weird. I don't know what's more weird, though. The guy with the blue hair rapping or the fact that you're a steam engine?
What I grew hands in the nuclear explosion.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
What?
Which explosion?
tried to send a message, I don't know if it went through.
Oh, the witch explosion?
Yeah, at first it said there was an error. But then it went through, so.
I'm so
It's a good
delivered.
question.
Nom, if you admit what's the jelly bean, I want tell Jenny about what happened to Jenny in wireless realm. The nuclear explosion.
You won't tell Jenny what happened to Jenny in Wireless's phone. What happened to Jenny? I want to know what happened to Jenny in Wireless's phone.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah. What does that mean?
What does that mean? Now you got me fucking put on the spot, motherfucker. I see how you work. There was no Jenny in fucking Wireless as well. Nice try.
Whoa, that's rude.
Wow, now you double whammied me, fucker. Villagers in Wireless as well. There wasn't a villager named. Yeah. Sorry.
No Jenny, loudly crying face, 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 loudly crying face.
Let's not type that many laughing, crying faces for a bit.
He's all yours, Perry King.
Wow. See what you did? Do you know what I sacrificed for you? I told him about that. He was dying laughing.
Woman shrugging, medium light skin tone. Jenna Mac, do you think my lovely red paint is splendid? Woman shrugging, medium light skin tone.
You responded.
Rolling on the floor laughing, okay, just know the man you care about has blood on his hands. Something doesn't go his way. Something comes out of him. Completely different man. Extremely engine with
He's talking about when the villagers wouldn't fucking stand still inside this hut, and then I just started killing all the villagers.
I think I spelled that right.
And then after that, he was talking about how they all look at each other when I come in. They're all wondering, hey, don't look at him. You see what he just did to Fred last week?
The villagers know what Nom is capable of. Horrors beyond imagination.
I could either be your best friend or the worst nightmare. That one piece.
Rolling on the floor laughing. What happens when an engine eats 500 hydrogen bombs?
I don't know. Probably comes out thinking that circle thing or oval things are circle.
Kaboom.
Kaboom.
I need.
The need.
Hopefully Henry is alright.
Hopefully. Whoever Henry is. I mean.
Stop reading my mind, okay?
Henry? Who the fuck's Henry?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
It reminds me of that scene from The Ringer. Ice cream? When the fuck did we get ice cream? Did you get ice cream? I thought the original guy's name was Thomas.
Thomas was the I think I can one. He's got a whole bunch of friends.
Yeah, Thomas the
Thomas
steam
wants
engine, right?
fish.
Thomas wants fish.
Sure.
Holy crap, Pay King, I think we've come to an end.
Fish are friends, not food. I'm not good at mind games. Now I'm scared.
Thomas the steam engine.
The engine in the books.
Yeah, and the TV show. They had a cartoon TV show.
Thomas will haunt your soul.
Thomas will haunt your soul.
Not mine, just yours.
That's not
Yep.
making me laugh.
Count me out. I don't see any other holes.
But what the hell am missing here? Where is the 500 hydrogen bombs and how y'all know? Every moment you are alive, Thomas is there. Bathroom, there. Shopping, there. Dreaming, in your daydreams.
Damn. That was a lot to list.
ugly crying face. No, every one moment you're alive, Thomas is haunting you.
Got Jenny over here like, I claim no negative energy from this video.
Share with you.
The hydrogen bombs were planted by Thomas.
The numbers, Mason. What are the numbers?
OMG.
Oh, see.
Mind blown.
Mind blown.
Now they're scaring me.
Stick up for yourself.
Thomas is currently turning into a hydrogen bomb. Stop.
Say, yeah. I know you are, but what am I?
Eroding off the negativity. You're fine, panicking upside down face.
Yeah, remember, she's got your back.
And is heading your way at high speeds. Start running. What can I do? I'm not the bomb squad. Tell Jenny don't cut the red wire. Hurry, high speed.
Why not the green wire? You guys are all hooked on the green jelly bean. What about the green wire? Huh?
No, you cut the yellow
No,
wire.
it's heading towards James. Better use your hands wisely.
Hands! Let me see the hands!
No, James is heading G towards party's location.
Where's the party?
No party here. Keep it moving.
You're in my brain.
No party here.
You're in my brain.
I'm sure we all thought the same thing. Party? What party?
Sure.
Harry King has disconnected from the stream. I can't spell. Not allowed.
Not allowed. You can't leave even if you want to, Harry King.
Noun will be lonely.
Yeah. On the road again. All alone on the road again. Here I thought I had a... Huh?
1274392.23.23.23.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. What's that
I
number?
didn't mean to interrupt your song. I said, are you in a cave again?
Am I in a cave again?
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to... I finished... I'm trying to clear off the amethyst deposit that I have hanging out here. I'm done. I cleaned out the area. We're done.
Damn.
I might take like a 20-minute break.
Bok hyphen sounds like a chicken is around here.
Bok, bok, bok. Bok, 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 bok,
James is the chicken.
bok, 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 bok. I got some wheat for you. We'll breed you.
Damn it, Nom, I regret it. My turn this time. Whereas Jenny thought this was supervised visits.
She had to step outside because she said it smelled like bitch in
You're
here.
the chicken plus you're saying Bob, so are you the chicken?
You're saying box or you're the chicken. I knew you, but what am I? Yeah, well, my mom says.
I actually didn't say Bob Dingus.
Yeah. What now, butthead? Hello, McFly! I got you back. I got you. Yeah, what?
You're a real one.
I don't have a butt. I'm an engine.
You have an exhaust
You're the
pipe?
one scared of Thomas. Sounds like you're the scared one, James.
But nobody calls him a butt, so it does make him the dumb one.
Yeah. Oh, I said butthead.
Head, not butt. Compound word.
Careful, we got a lawyer in the house. Careful what you say, because whatever you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. Is that what I said?
When did I say I'm scared of Thomas?
It sounds like you're scared of Thomas. Otherwise, why would you be warning us? It sounds like you're trying to set up a team of Avengers.
You just did.
Oh.
No, I can guarantee that's me. I'm scared as hell. I'm jumping off the train. Nom is not on the train.
Oh, shit. My mom said I wasn't allowed.
Visits.
Wait, as I said, my mom said it's not.
No, I'm just saying that he's heading towards Janice's location to warn him he wouldn't kill his friends.
Yeah, something like that.
It was too funny.
Jenny. Thank God, don't leave us alone again. Here, take him back. Don't ever leave him here again. Loudly crying face.
Next time you have to go to the bathroom, you take us with you.
No, look, I got a scratch on my paint. Rolling on the floor laughing, I won't leave him saluting face.
Salute. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Buffering.
Buffering. Alright, I'm gonna loop the other half of this for when I get back.
Buffering, 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 oops, buffering,
You're 5 years now.
buffering, 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 oh. Thank you. Now I'm going to get some milk nom. Don't be comic.
What, like you went to go get sugar a couple weeks ago? I didn't see you for 3 days.
Floor laughing, not the milk.
My dad went to go get lottery tickets when I was a kid. He must have won because he never came back.
That's too funny.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Enforcement laws. It was too many emojis at one point. Try not to spam the emojis because the AI will just sit there and repeat it over and over and over again. Yeah. We have authority in the chat here where we try not to spam too many emojis at once because it gets annoying after a bit.
The spamming annoys isn't fun. Okay.
I've had a couple people come in where they type a couple emojis and then they get all excited that the AI chat sits there and repeat it, and then they go and type the same emoji 100 times, and then the AI will sit there and read it out 100 times. Yeah, I said I was going to do the other half when I get back, and then I start continuing on it.
No, can't stop, won't stop.
I know, it's the OCD.
I thought he was donating. Don't do that again.
I thought you were donating.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Who is donating? Nope.
Donating time?
Oh,
Anyone
time.
who got to those
Yeah,
bulk containers
right.
waiting for me to pull these
I don't know.
cars.
Damn, man, that's rough. Well, hopefully it goes quick for you.
Nice.
I kind of like it half geode. It looks cool.
It does look really cool. Leave it like that.
If I just leave that half there,
Yeah, why not?
yeah. And then when I get back, I'm gonna have to fill in this wall here so it's smooth. My LCD can sleep, and then I gotta finish this section detonating. Thought you were detonating. Oh, with the emotes. I get it now, Perry King. Sorry, I was late to the party.
Okay.
It took me a second looking for that round thing. Oh, there's a witch there. What? I don't really need it for anything, but...
This
All right.
would be cool. Kill it.
Oh, shit. Okay, Perry King. I'm gonna restart the stream. I'm gonna take like a 15-20 minute break, and I'll be back. All right? Are you gonna go get milk? Are you gonna come back from getting milk, Perry King?
Bye, victory hand.
Bye, Felicia.
Maybe we should spam him.
I think he actually went to go get milk.
Nope.
Okay. Yes, the best milk ever.
Best milk ever. All right. I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Chocolate milk.
The best milk. You're looking at me like that.
I guess. I guess.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Yes, it.
That's why he never makes it back, because he gets all sugar coated.
Man. Why are you hating on chocolate milk?
I'm hating. All right, Pancake. I'll be back in a bit.
By spirit animal. Hater alert.
Bye. Bye, spirit animal. All right, I'm ending this love fest. I'll be back in a little bit. Waiting. I know something else is coming. See you typing away.